Time to go down at bits. Look at that, no speed fins this time. My hair is not happy with me. There is an active rebellion in progress. Oh, Ardoon, Watto, Steppagen. Yo! Hang on, let me get my... Graphite, you lovely human. Let me get my headphones in. Thank you kindly. Steppagen, you joke. But for whatever reason, it is absolutely rebelling right now. I don't know what it is doing. I cannot get rid of these fucking speed fins. Any more of them, I'm going to start looking like bloody faux Bowser from the Mario Brothers movie. How are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Oh, sweet mercy in a cup. I need this. J-Post, Watto, friend. How are you doing? Steppagen's like, got my last cut mid-December. Not sure what one would call my hair. I like terms like rebellious or free-spirited. Mine is currently trying to, I don't know, give me additional control in high-speed wind environments. No, I need to wash the heck out of it, and I have not done that. Life's been very busy. I mean, I shouldn't whinge. Like, nothing bad's going down, and to be busy, especially at this time of year, with the things that we all get up to, it's not a terrible thing. Oh no! Sorry, Graphite's like, yeah, at the moment, Graphite's hair can be best described as rat's nest. Well, we've all been there. Well, so long as you don't go as far as I did, which was to have white guy dreadlocks. Homegrown. That was a bad time. That was a bad time. I do not advise it. I was young. I was in my teens. You know, I was listening to a lot of Smash the State type stuff. So at some point, I was gonna have to have an ill-advised hairdo. Whoa! Aspects, you feckin' ledge. Feckin' yo. Aspects, thank you kindly. Like, so that's the full 31 months and a tier 2. That's feckin' cool of you, thank you. Alright, who else have we got coming in? Bismarck, Mech, Watto, The Lost Flowers, Kandarian, Alnus. Oh, Aspects got stabbed as well. Feckin' yo. Sorry, I hope it doesn't sound patronizing when I'm like, feckin' yeah! But it just I genuinely want to celebrate everybody getting their stabs in. Like, it's going to be a while before everybody's sorted. I know it's very much based on like location, region, etc. But it makes me real happy. Makes me real happy. Alan has got their first dose of the good stuff today. Nano machines. Yeah, we're all going to have cool like JC Denton style powers by the end of this. Stammering, good morning, Watto. Adam Vencera, Watto, friend. Apologise, I've just been calling you Adam off the cuff. Absidipan, Watto. XD Johnny XP, good morning, hello, Watto, friend. So, you got my nattering dulcet tones for a little while, and then we're going to leap into Control as close to on the dot of 1 as we can. I don't know how much content we've got left in the Alan Wake DLC, and I simultaneously want to spend as much time with it as we can, but also we're going to be joining Fiona for Resident Evil 7 tonight. So, hopefully we get everything together. Jackie Fox, Watto, coming in. And yeah, Absidipan, I was just building Kingdoms last night and hanging out with peoples. It's kind of good. I mean, this is as much as I've got done on the one of the premium Bandai kits, so it doesn't look like the most exciting Mother Hubbard. Give me some light. Ow, my lights just don't want to be lights today. Could you? All right, no, fine. All right, this is me Kingdom. Hang on. I'll do the old budget ring light. There we go. This is me Gundam. Looks like a pretty simple design, although it's definitely got that whole like, wait a second, Master Chief, is that you? You got an orange visor, the green-grey armor combo. I'm like, hang on. But I got to do like a sniper rifle and a bunch of missile launchers and stuff. It's been a fun little kit to put together. The kind of like the multi-tone shading of it's pretty cool. So these are all like different pieces of plastic and stuff. It's just been a nice like little like wind down evening project. Okay, I see you over there, Unicorn Gundam. I see you judging me. You're not an easy project. Unicorn Gundam's a bastard. I know once it's done and decaled and everything, I'm going to be so happy with it. I know this, but...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
H-Box Champ Viking 64 Waffle 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 Viking 64 Waffle.
Ninja Falcon, dude, how are you doing this morning? What? How was the charity drive in the end? I had to kind of quietly shimmy away to go walk dogs and be a responsible human. And yes, stammering, Ninja. There was a lot of waffles, and it did go very well with the music. No, but it was a wonderful serendipity because we came off like a serious, like, emotional feels game. And I look at everybody, and everyone's playing, like, serious things or grumbly things, and I'm like, oh shit, Sonic Adventure 2. So I was creeping on what you were doing before we raided over, and I'm like, yes! Playing this... Well, okay, the Rouge levels aren't the worst. The Knuckles levels are still the worst in that game. But, like, Sonic Adventure 2, when it's good, it's exceptional. And when it's terrible, it's so bad as to be damn near transient. Like... Or transcendent. No, neither of those things. Who am I kidding? Pumpkin Town can just do one. Oh, that's way cool. Ninja says they jumped from 40 to 110. Oh, to Clandestine Blaze. Thank you very kindly for asking. Watto and welcome. Clandestine was asking what video games I worked on. So, most people know me from the Total War franchise. I was on that for like 7 years. God, time's a weird thing. I cut my teeth on the tail end of Empire over at Sega QA. But I guess I worked most prominently on Shogun 2, Rome 2, and Attila. Well, I was on Napoleon start to finish, but I was off-site. And then I got brought on for, well, I guess, and Fall of Samurai as well. Because this Fall of Samurai was as I was getting shifted over into... Oh, God. Over on TW, started off QA, then got moved onto the community team. Though I did do a stint as embedded QA, which, well, CA was an interesting place to work because a lot of things that other publisher-owned studios would have as off-site, we had in-house. So QA was in-house, community was in-house, even like PR and marketing. And when I mean in-house, I mean literally in the same room as the people making the game. So it wasn't like with, say, like an Ubisoft-owned title or something like that, where, you know, they have maybe someone in-house, but then the main bulk of the team is at, like, Ubisoft HQ or what have you. So, yeah. I initially was brought onto the community stuff to work on the clan competition map. Well, okay, no. I was embedded with multiplayer. And so I knew a lot about what was going to be happening with Shogun 2's multiplayer, which ended up being a lot more successful than anyone intended. God, yeah. And that's how I ended up getting on the community stuff, because I was going to do videos about the clan competition each month. But it ended up swelling past expectation and then deflating just as quickly, which was sad, but it was an interesting concept. I got people asking me questions all morning. It's lovely. Shane Mullen's asking what's my favourite Thief game in the Thief series. I mean, I always get the naming conventions wrong, but it's obviously, it's the one with the Cradle in. The Cradle is the seminal Thief game. And I always want to say it's Deadly Shadows, but I don't think it is. I think it's, oh, hang on. Alright, I hate that I have to Google it. In my defense, this is my first version. This is my first version. Oh, I'm gonna be a treasure today. This is my first coffee, so I'm still working it through it. It was Deadly Shadows. Okay, thank you, Kandarian. So it was Thief 3 Deadly Shadows. Clandestine saying Dishonored is my favorite Thief game. Dishonored's such a curious title. It gives you so much to play with, but then if you're a person that's played a lot of those like stealth 'em up games, you almost actively avoid them, which I do find fascinating. Oh, and if you don't mind, I guess it's not really a shameless shill because it's just a game I play, not one I work on. But some of the team that worked on Thief went on to make a game which we are a huge fan of here called Blackout Club, which is basically like four-player co-op Thief, but you're kids. It's kind of fascinating. I was severely hoping that Hood, the new PvPv EVP title, was going to scratch that itch of a proper like co-op Thief game, but from what I've seen, the best way to play that game is called Crime Time.
Who wants to sing?
And it involves a lot of screaming. Thank you, Fiona! It's Fiona giving me a host. Well, so Ninja, it's not just the entire team wholesale, but it was a couple of like a couple of seminal individuals that worked on the Thief series. Now, the reason why I always wax lyrical about the Cradle is basically, you know what? Basically, makes it sound. God, this is what I get for binging video game essays all night. In this video game essay, I'm going to be deconstructing the idea of horror in video games. Well, no! Sorry. Just for those of you that hadn't heard of it before, in Thief Deadly Shadows, there is a level called The Cradle. And it is just straight up horror. Just straight up horror. And it would go on to inspire things like Amnesia: The Dark Descent and a lot of what we would consider new school horror. It was a huge inspiration of games like Alien Isolation and a slew of other horror titles. Sorry, Outlast was another one I was trying to grasp for. And it's fascinating because, well, Thief always had like a bit of a gothic weirdness to it. Like, The Cradle's just straight up first-person horror, and it does such a good job of it. Ninja says, who doesn't miss point-and-click horror? It still has a place in my heart, you know? You know, Phantasmagoria scared the shit out of me as a child, but... Oh yeah, Wolfrad, I'm being a terrible friend here, because Jordan Thomas, aka Null, has actually popped on the show a couple times, and is like a little lightning rod of great parts. Like, because I didn't even think about mentioning his work on Fort Frolic, which is the best section in Bioshock Don't At Me. So Shane was saying that Thief the Dark Project is their favorite. The Dark Project was the first one out, though. And Shane, like, I can't fault you for that one, because it was so wonderfully different. I still remember getting the demo for Thief, the very first one, in PC format back in the day, and getting the absolute hot feck kicked out of me by a single guard, because I ran in there all Quake style, being like, huh, 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 huh. Wait, why is nobody dying? Wait, why am I getting my ass kicked? Took me a little while as a kid to understand what I was getting at. Like, oh, I've got to not be seen. Graphite says, kind of like the hotel in Bloodlines, yes. Or the Dunwich building in Fallout 3. Now, I mean, I've probably bored you all to tears with this conversation topic before, but I do love the surprise horror, especially in first-person titles, because when you have a game about empowering and making someone feel like a badass, you know, with 20 guns strapped to their back. Anytime you can shake that conception, anytime you can mess with the user like that, I am all about it. So, anytime you can disempower the player and make them feel afraid again, and then roll them back out into the world, with that knowledge that there's a little part of that universe where they are not the big badass. There's a small part of Half-Life 2 where Gordon Freeman is not the strongest Mother Hubbard. And Johnny, you're right, that was just a big old lag spike. What just happened there? It seems to have stopped for the moment. Please don't tell me we're having internet problems today. That would just be the icing on the bastard cake. So I'm going to natter a little bit, but I'll keep an eye on what's going on here. Okay. I didn't know that was the case. Wolfrab was saying that that's actually how they found our little corner of the internet, was when Jordan Thomas came on the show to talk about the Cradle. Well, I wanted to do a day on the Cradle, and because we'd spoken to Null a bit via the Blackout Club, I really wanted to have him on the show, but I don't want to talk about the Blackout Club yet, because I want to be purely on the side of the users. I don't know if you can hear the guinea pigs singing the song of their people. Oh, you're right. Sorry, Shane, I was just having a look. You're right. It was Lord Bafford's Manor was the demo level for Thief the Dark Project. God. You know, thinking back to it now, I don't think I ever finished the demo. I did pick up a copy of Thief the Dark Project back in the day and kind of had to relearn what it meant to be in a first-person shooter. Also, sorry, Blue Abomination. What ho, friends? God. Not because I wish to hurt myself, but I think at some point we will do a day where we play through the attempted Thief reboot, or Thief Forum. Because it's a very good example of attempting to distill a game without truly understanding it. It's like looking at the box art and trying to create a game from it. And there were some very, very curious and interesting things they did with the new Thief, but they missed the mark so wholeheartedly in terms of like the heart of it. Oh yes, Ehrman. Oh no, they sing like they haven't been fed their entire lives. The guinea pigs are like, we're so hard done by. We're so unfed and unloved. Can't you? They don't feed us. Just literally as they've got like piles of food. No, cheeky mother hubbards. I'd say with the first person sneaker. I mean, absolutely. And it's interesting to see how. Oh god, like I could wax lyrical on this whole thing till we blew in the face. How so many games after the introduction of things like Thief felt it was so easy just to add a stealth section, leading to that awful period in video games where every game had a mandatory stealth section. Ugh. Those were some bad times. Lost Flower says, Dishonored kind of took the first-person stealth for a bit, and probably not the same. I mean, it did a very good job. It was just interesting that Dishonored and Dishonored 2 still followed a lot of, like, what's considered like a contemporary first-person design stuff. So, like a myriad of tools and fancy weapons and things to play with, stuff to upgrade and upload and all that. And then to play through it to essentially its air quotes good ending, you have to use none of those tools. You have to avoid being seen, move through like a ghost, and kill no one. I mean, then again, on Dishonored, the I always forget the name of the Masquerade Ball level, but that ended up being phenomenal. Oh, and Vanderbeest, firstly, Watto, head of House Order, how goes it? And thank you for filling the pint glass. Favor 6 is asking anyone has a patron deity of tech support. I find that speaking to someone who's very knowledgeable on the subject and pointing the phone at the device causes it to work, possibly due to threat. Oh yes, and Eramon, no, you're entirely correct. Sorry, Eramon was just adding that one of their game dev friends said that, oh, Joda, good afternoon, good evening, hello, Watto. Sorry, Eramon was talking about how one of their game dev friends was saying that stealth's one of those things that seems really easy to implement, but to actually make it feel right is incredibly difficult, and wholeheartedly agree. Oh, J-Post, you feckin' ledge! Thank you. House Carl getting their hunts in early today. J-Post, thank you for gifting us up the Favor 6. That's fucking cool of you. Shane Mullen was adding that they agree, but I don't know if Stephen Russell voiced Garrett again. I don't believe... God. Oh yes, and C222, you are correct. There is a great Game Maker's Toolkit on good and bad stealth. And that's absolutely worth watching. Alnus is also recommending Favor 6, no patron deity, but get a soldering iron and threaten it. Let it know fear. And Shane, the newer thief, I don't know. Like, this is why I think a day streaming the new thief might not be a bad idea. It might be a little, it might be a little harmful to the old school fans amongst us. But I think deconstructing how they missed the mark with the Thief reboot might be very valuable. And if I remember rightly, the Thief reboot did come out during the 360 era, right? Thief 4. Let me see what it dropped on. Yeah, so it initially dropped on the Xbox 360. So I can see that they were kind of... Yeah, okay, I can see what they were going for in terms of, like, you know, rebooting old franchises that had been a little bit impenetrable. It's just... There's a lot of the heart to the Thief series that was entirely missed with it. And unlike things like Fallout, it wasn't just the case of updating an aesthetic, of updating kind of a genre to a new era, essentially. You know, Thief had been on the cusp of 3D graphics and first-person stealth. It had basically carved that niche. And I don't think... Yeah. And it's odd because... Eidos Montreal, I want to say they were the same team that did Deus Ex, right? Yeah, so they did Mankind... They did Human Revolution and Mankind... Yeah, no. Okay, so before that, they'd done Human Revolution and Tomb Raider, so... They had a good track record of rebooting old properties. Because, okay, I love the original Deus Ex with all my heart. But aside from the I never asked for this and the mandatory boss fight, like Deus Ex Human Revolution was a great update to that format and that space. And Tomb Raider was an exceptional reboot of the franchise. Again, it did mean that we all had to listen to the phrase ludonarrative dissonance for like the next 4 years, but... So how did they biff it with Thief? I guess they were doing split development, because Deus Ex came out in 2011, Tomb Raider 2013, which makes sense, but then Thief only came out a year later. So... Sorry. And actually, so Favor 6, I've been thinking about going back to Deus Ex Invisible War because I played it. I played it through when I was younger, and I despised it with a fury passion. But I've never gone back to it with a critical eye. Also, Fearless. What-o? Hello, hello. We're talking about Thief, OG. A couple of new peoples were asking me video gaming questions, and I'm like, feckin' yo. There isn't too much video game news to talk about today. As a small, quick aside, Sega posted their Q1 profits, and video games are up. Pachinko is way down. And supposedly the Persona and Yakuza series did great in terms of sales, so there's a little pat on the back. God. Can you imagine, right? Can you imagine if you had a video game company that made video game properties that were beloved by the entire industry, by the entire gaming community, but instead of working on those, you shifted all your focus onto pachinko machines? Can you imagine if somebody did that? Oh boy! Sorry. Would you care for some salt with your breakfast? I mean, Fearless, at this point, I just assumed that Konami is a series of small cardboard boxes taped together outside a Tokyo subway station. Well, so, Favor 6, Wolfgrad, like, I think revisiting Deus Ex Invisible War might also be a thing that we do for a day, because, I mean, firstly, considering how young a medium video games is, that sometimes missteps in games aren't creative missteps. They might be technological missteps, they might be missteps because of other elements. And understanding where those things went wrong may help us. Like, there's still parts of the industry we don't know how best to handle. Case and heckin' point, games that come out in that weird gap just as or just after a new console generation has come in, but before people have adopted it from the next generation. So like, oh, I don't know, right the feck now. How the PlayStation 5 has like 2 games worth getting. And had to say on their investor call, no, it's fine, we've got more games coming. God. Sorry, Fred. No matter what happens today, no matter what you do, no matter what stresses the world puts on you, or what other elements are thrown at you to make your life a little bit more difficult, remember this. You didn't have to, with a straight face, say, and I quote, Google Stadia is alive and well, to a group of people with silly amounts of money. Yeah, Graphite Sparrow, imagine shifting your video game business to focus purely on pachinko right before a global pandemic. Oh, can you imagine that? Oh. I tell you though, one thing that's been really nice to see, here's a complete aside from the previous conversation, though I'm always down for talking about the Thief series, is since Roblox scared the rest of the industry with how much money they're making, and how much money they had been making for a good while, it's been interesting to see the additional coverage. So one of the things that was lovely to see is a team that have been making a game inside Roblox for the last, like, however many donkey's years, are going to be doing a standalone title, which I'm really happy for. Shane says they've seen some unreleased screenshots of a level that was included in Thief 2 Gold before Looking Glass Studios got shut down. Ah, rest in pepperoni, Looking Glass. They were truly visionaries and just not good at business. But, I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, about how there aren't many games that come along and... Oh, God. Lizzie, why? I guess they changed the thing where mods can earn points. Sorry, now I've got to make a tit out of myself while we're having a serious conversation. Alright, serious is a strong word. Thanks, I hate it. Hapacha! Be proud of yourself, Lizzie. Graphite, you tried. You tried, and that's what's important. No, so we were talking about this yesterday, that, like, you know, to every generation a Slayer is born. I'm gonna go from here. No, I'm gonna go from here. That there are very few, like, touchstone games that move the needle forward. And those games aren't always fiscally successful. Sometimes they are, but rarely. Looking Glass might not have survived, but they created so many games that shaped the industry in so many ways. Like, to this day, it still boggles my tiny mind how much Looking Glass influenced everyone. Like, and so, yeah, I would have loved to have seen, like, Looking Glass grow to, you know, something the size of, like, Bethesda or Gearbox or something like that. But we still got the games that we got, and we can celebrate those. And again, there's no guarantee that they wouldn't have keeled over later. I mean, once again, Deus Ex Invisible War was a lot of interesting choices that didn't necessarily land. Think about that one a lot. That, like, the over-focus on radial menus, God. Ooh. God. Although, I can actually go to a store now and see if I can... I'm trying to decide whether or not it's going to be easier on my life choices to pick up, like, a classic Xbox and run some of the retro titles through that, rather than spend the rest of my life trying to make it the PC build run, because apparently the Invisible War build does not work. And, you know, I've given up a larger portion of my life to things like Lost Planet 2 and otherwise. I mean, that runs on a 360, so that wouldn't be too hard to get hold of. Oh, and Phyllis was saying that they had a boss who used to work management for Looking Glass. After it dissolved, he went on to be a manager at Monolith. Yeah. Oh no, the studio's tiny. And for good or ill, a lot of one's value in the video game industry is based on the projects you worked on. Because, one of the new friendos was asking me how I... Clandestine Blaze, I don't know if they're still lurking, was asking earlier about, like, how do I get my first video game job and stuff like that. Like, getting in through the door's the hardest part with the video game industry.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, thank you, Wheeler Dealer! Speaking of, like, games industry badasses, how you doing, friend? Yeah, and actually, Fearless, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of hitting up Pink Gorilla. Now, is that Sly Guy? Well, Watto and welcome. We're just chatting, Oh, thank you kindly for asking. I'm doing very well. I was just telling tales of getting into the games industry. We were talking about Looking Glass Studios and the Thief series and stuff like that. Oh, Shane. I've not had a chance to play Gloomwood, but I am very looking forward to it. I'm very looking forward to it. Lizzie, would you do the honors? Nah, just straight up. Straight up murder. I'm sorry, you seem to have mistaken us for a group of fools. You thought, like... Anyway, sorry. I've been in video games for a very long time. I know how this one plays out. Oh no, okay. Sorry, Albus, I love that one. Desperation is not a good look, darling. Okay. C222, we are going to talk about this.
We are a group of fools. Just not that kind of fool.
Indubitably, Quasi. Also, how are you doing, Faden? Thank you for 200. Fiona's like, Will never says hi to me. I always say thank you to you when you host. Tidying this morning. Oh, Wheeler Dealer, how are you doing, mate? We were just talking about Looking Glass Studios and like the Thief series and stuff like that. And someone was asking earlier like how I got into the industry, and like my story's nothing special really. I got a minimum wage job testing games at Sega, like, and it was very much a, you know, you will sit in this chair. This is the game you are testing for this week. If you die, another tester will take your place. But it was good. Like we were all in the heck together, and there was a sense of camaraderie. And then from there, I ended up going from Sega to in-house at the Creative Assembly, and it was really good.
Say hi to Fiona, Will. Do it.
Hey, Fiona. She's out on the balcony. She can't even hear me. I can't believe you heckle me in chat and then go on the balcony. Well, I will pass on all of your lovely sentiments when she comes back past. Yeah, oh, no. We are absolutely the streamer house, Wheeler Dealer. Technically, we are 3 different streams in 3 different rooms at peak. We've got Guinea Pig Nation in the living room, well, and technical problems willing, the balcony. We've got Fiona in the back room, and then my dumb self over here. C222's like, you got a balcony? Fine, rub it in. It is the dinkiest little balcony in our little flat, but Fiona's turned it into a lovely looking little like garden setup. So you know what? No, I am gonna brag. It's real fucking cute. And plus the guinea pigs have their whole like outdoor enclosure, so they now get to have fresh artisanal grass whenever they want. We spoil those little bastards. Homegrown artisanal grass. And yet they squeak. Yet they squeak for food like they are unloved. Sorry, we got off into a strange topic there. But yeah, I was just, yeah, TLDR. I lost my job during the last big recession. And then ended up...
Coming at you semi-live from the work office, it's just me. What fun.
Coming to you live, semi from the work office, it's just me! Bacon Avenger, how are you doing this morning? Watto! And thank you kindly for the 200. So yeah, we're going to be jumping into the tail end of the Alan Wake DLC in just a bit. I don't know how much content we've got left, so I'm hoping that even with my level of faffomancy, we get to finish it today, because we're going to be joining Fiona for Resident Evil 7. 7? Good at maths! Also, everybody says hi! For Resident Evil 7 later. Fiona played Resi 7 back in the day, didn't finish it, and it properly terrified her. And I want to play Resident Evil 8, not just because of a gigantic certain vampire lady, but I will say that is a driving factor. So I agreed I'd sit with Fiona and we'd go through that
to
before
play
we
this
started.
DLC, you need to wake up.
Favor 6, I don't know why, but that was the one that did me a damage. Oh no! Sorry, Ninja Falcon was saying they were meant to touch base with a new job today, but they haven't got back to them. Suspect a pyramid scheme. No! Okay, so this is happening. Thanks to the, the involvement of Spooky Anonymous Ghosts. Oh, and the fact that Favor 6 managed to steal the Yalden while I wasn't looking. It is train time. It is train time. However, I'm gonna mix it up with train tunes, mainly because I want an excuse to blast more NSP.
What can I say? I leave damage in my wake.
In your Alan wake. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry I said that. It's... A formal apology will be issued later. Oh, holy crud, what just happened? Fucking yo! Graphite, thank you for the 100. Aldous, thank you for 1,000! Fucking yo! So Shane, we will come back to the thief conversations. I'm entirely funded by these lovely Mother Hubbards, and they are already going off the chain, so I want to thank those lovely peeps and everything. Fucking yo! Alnus, I want you to know I heard a Helsinki Bridge. A Dragon Ball Bridge for Vegeta. Mine! Thank you. I mean, congratulations on your Yaldum. What will you do with your newfound powers?
Ninja Sex Party is running a train.
You know what, Alnus? I feel like that's something we should be... I feel like that's a turn of phrase that should be worrying. Also, sorry, J-Post, Wolfrad, and Vanderbeest for the point, guys. Thank you kindly all. Way to discombobulate me early in the day. I'm not even one copy deep.
Stop that incessant clicking.
My God! The battle pandas have escaped from the Pentagon and they're murdering the guests! Oh, it's last week all over again. Let's get the hell out of here! Can't stop, won't stop, non-stop, running for my life. It's a magic I pray to God we all survive. And if you're feeling saucy, we'll grab some spears by candlelight.
Okay, sorry. Apologies for going off into space for a second there. Bacon Avenger is correct, though. That listening to Langston natter on about his cat, I'm entirely down for. And Vanderbeest, congratulations on some solid householder work.
My heart was racing and now we're on our first date.
Oh, fucking yo.
So radiant as we walk
Glorious Mother Hubbards.
restaurant.
Oh, okay, well there is a briefest pause, because Shane was pointing out that Return to the Cathedral was their favourite from Thief, Robbing the Cradle was their second favourite, and then Life of the Party. God. Listening to Jordan talk about how they did Life of the Party, how they, like, the ways in which they janked the engine. Oh! Ninja, dude, thank you for mixing up the pie gloves. Fucking yo. I did not expect anything today, let me tell you. I mean, I guess I never expect anything, but we're thoroughly into the quiet part of the year, and that's okay. It's just, fucking yo, you know I love me. As a small aside, whilst the trade.
Quiet.
Okay, you know I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't challenging you. And those corgis were never seen again. J-Post, fucking 1,000 on top, you fucking legend. Thank you. Feck!
Too quiet needs more cannonball.
Does it need more cannonball? Yo. I'm sorry, Favor 60, your Yaldom ended far too soon. J-Post has taken the Yaldom. It is musical chairs time. And Lizzie, you are an absolute terror. I am not saying that out loud. You can't make me.
I'm pretty sure you're telling me
Yo!
SR-71 Blackbird, an advanced strategic long-range reconnaissance aircraft capable of Mach 3 and an altitude of 85,000 feet. Do you even read my Christmas list?
Do you even read my Christmas list? Okay. Lord Lost and Found taking the Yaldom back once more with 1,300 bits. Fucking legend.
It's kind of
And a
like
Helsinger
reading
Bridge
more
quote.
Countdown, but different.
To Bacon Avenger, I believe it's referred to as a broadside. Yo, and I missed Greyjoy gifting Shane Mulliner sub. I'm so sorry. Greyjoy, that's fucking cool of you. Man, House Carl's not pissing around today.
Anyway, why don't you and I go back to my place and, oh, I see you.
Oh, Lord Lost says they're adding it to the Jarl's Christmas list. Now we have to get one. And Shane, I promise we'll get back to talking about Thief stuff, because I love talking about those games. But these are lovely Mother Hubbards are being fucking cool today. Thank you all.
Her eldest fur daughter on camera trying to eat the wheatgrass from outside the cage. All I see in the corner of the camera is a little tongue going them. And I was like, no!
Tell me you clipped it.
I will.
But off.
Then it happened within 5 seconds of me walking back to my room. I left her alone for a minute. Then I called her name and disappeared.
Yeah, she knows. She knows. Also, everybody did say hi. Sorry, Favor 6 says, well, if you're into gaming history, you gotta play on that classic I want another run-up at that one. If you're into gaming history, then you must play on the classic console. It's necessary.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Little big man.
Online. All systems nominal.
Viking 64 Cat Heart.
V-Agent, how are you doing? Watto. Brune came out just to say hi. He's so sleepy.
So sleepy.
He does not want to be here. He wants to be having naps. Have a little snooze. You have a little snooze like that. Oh, let's see if I can get fall asleep.
Greetings, friends. I see him in time for the train.
Fucking yo! This is a level 3 train. This is going places. Harmonious, thank you.
Troublemaker.
Oh yeah, just for a second. There's the look at those little ears.
Troublemaker.
Yeah, she's in trouble because she got stuck behind the guinea pig cage last.
Nation.
I had to untangle her from the cables of Guinea Pig Nation last night. The Jax Watto coming in. Yeah, we have another new Jarl. Welcome to Jarl Ball 2021. Oh yeah, and Ninja, like, Perun is our biggest loaf. He is a lovely cuddle nug. He just doesn't give a heck.
Welcome to my parents' house. Let's use our inside voices. Sometimes my mom just hangs around.
Oh. So, how are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbard? Sorry, I want to say another thank you to Harmonious for just obliterating the hard work of both Vanderbeest and Lord Lost and Found. Fucking yo!
Get out of here! I said I'm on a date! You always do this! They said come me over! And you ate all the ham in the fridge and you said you wouldn't!
This still cracks me up. Fucking yo. Fucking yo. Oh boy. This is going to be a long day. You lot have managed to exhaust me before we've even gotten started. Apologies again for going out into space. So whilst the train has calmed, so Shane, you're right. It was Emil that worked on Life of the Party, and I did want to echo what Wolfrad was saying about Life of the Party. So Life of the Party is, well, it's a dinner party level from the Thief games. But back in the day, it was mind-blowingly cool, because there's just the sheer number of people you had in one level and everything going on all at once, with no with no overt levels of like loading screens and whatnot. Just blew minds. And then, like, seeing that concept evolved in Dishonored was feckin' rad. I'm not saying that out loud, Lord Lost and Found, and you can't make me. But thank you. Also, we got more shelves up. More Gundams! More Gundams! Yeah. Well, one of them ate shit.
I fixed that.
Shall I? You know what? They don't need to know why it fell over. It's fine. Why one of the shelves ate it the other night and scared the shit out of me and Ripper.
Actually, there's a really nice flower exhibit at the Botanical Gardens.
I was gonna.
Just telling me about that last week.
Yeah.
Loved it. Wait, you know what?
Yes. We've been using command strips to hang them on, which has been fine. The little one fell because it didn't quite have enough. And the one over here fell because Fiona had only taken half the strip backs off. So it ate it during the middle of the night. I jumped, River jumped, so I come to inspect, you know, imagining we're going to be dealing with ghosts or murdered ghosts. No, it turns out that just it hadn't been stuck on.
You know what? First day.
Hey, and Camille, what, old friend? How are you doing? Okay. The train has trained. The train has trained, so I'm gonna go hang out with Mr. Alan Waite, and hopefully, Touchwood will be on time. I don't know.
I said 6 to 7.
By brave and proper captain must be steered all ships which sail the rough and stormy seas. Who proper course to yon horizon choose for wrongful choice shall offer no reprieve. See ginger pale and numpty fellow there. No other captain could to he compare.
Stop that incessant
Okay, Camille, I wasn't challenging you. I wasn't challenging. Oh my life! Feck! Feckin'! There is a lot happening right now.
Stop that incessant clicking.
I should have kept my dumbass mouth shut. George like you were saying. Feckin' yo! Okay, so firstly, Dorcas, thank you for 30 months, you hecking legend. And I still don't know how you craft all these, like... Thank you. Then Camille, taking personal offense at my words, gifted 5 subs to the crowd like a rapid-fire house Carl badass. Going to Hamsternator Joda, Kitsuno Kitsu. Yeah, Kitsuno Kutsu. And then Edifred. Weldy B as well. Harmonious threw in 200. Kestrel raided in. Feckin' yo! Harriman threw in 1,500. Quasi threw in 1,000.
Are you sure about that?
And Quasi, I'm glad if I can help just a little bit, because you're helping us out a whole bunch. Graphite threw in 1,000 whilst Stooge was leading a raid in here. Also, friends, if you're not following ET3 Stooge, please change that. Because mornings are not my skill, but they are his. Lord Lost with another rapid-fire shot. It's just catching up to Kestrel. Ehrman's managed to hold on to the Yalden, but it's anyone's game at this point. C222 thrown in for house order. Fecking yo. Fiona, there was like 15 seconds on the clock. Alright? This is my shocked face.
Sneak attack.
Yeah, but sneak attack. I was reaching over to turn off the train graphic. Oh, Wolfrat, it was 10 seconds on their clock. Well...
My job is beating the crap out of me, so please enjoy these hard-earned bitties on my behalf.
I mean, Posy, thank you. And, fucking lovely gifts and stuff you've sent. So, thank you, right? And, Ninja, I should link my Spotify playlists. Though I am just weaponizing my NSP YouTube playlists, because... Oh, okay. So, Quasi, I will absolutely take some pictures of the map and get them posted. It's going to get framed with the rest of the cool stuff over this way. Oh. And I'm... You know what? Just gonna keep my dumb mouth shut. Thank you all.
Hello, class. I'm sorry, but your normal professor couldn't be here today.
The train has trained, sure it as well, sure e.
Sure. Yeah, alright, I walked into that. God. And Kestrel, thank you for filling the pint glass as well. Thank you, is what I'm trying to say. I am trying to say a long-winded thank you to all. Glorious Mother Hubbards. We're gonna hang out with Alan Wake today. Probably. I don't know. Or maybe 2 Alan Wakes. It's Control. Anything could happen. Fucking no. Fucking Graphite! Holy shit!
Hey, let's level 5 this train.
Just beasted the heck out of that with the last... Fucking yo! Yo!
Oh my god, you're so welcome.
Fucking yo! Okay, just as the klaxon sounded, Graphite and Ehrman took that as a personal challenge.
Sneak attack 2, the backstabbing.
Backstabbing. Graphite threw in another 2,000 bits. And Ehrman threw in 1,502. Which sounds like the start of an English history story. But no, Ehrman, all of you, thank you! Back and yo! Well, Dorcas, thank you kindly. And yeah, returning to Subnautica on Saturday. feels like a big event, you know, so... All of you.
I have to go to
so
the
fucking much.
pudding store for
No,
pudding.
no. Danny, I need you to chill your shit for a second. God. It's... All of you, thank you. Whether you threw in like a teeny tiny bit of bits or decided to try and obliterate my feelings with the powers that you have available. All of you, thank you. Like, you've been keeping us going throughout a fucking hellscape of a time, and that's what this all goes on. It goes on rent and food, bills. So, thank you. Like, all of you, thank you. Even if you've just been chilling and illing. It means a whole bunch to me. And we're, okay, I mean, touch wood, we're going to be finishing up our run of Alan Wake today. Not Alan Wake, sorry, our run of Control with Alan Wake flavored nonsense. And it's like, God, this whole playthrough has been fucking glorious, and I'm so glad we're getting to share it as a group, yo. So, thank you. Fucking yo. So, friendos, let's get into game. Let's get shenanigans afoot. If you want to keep talking about Thief and its wonderful, wonderful history, or any of the Looking Glass stuff, we can do that. I am going to try and continue to be a cohesive talking person, so I'm not running off to the bathrooms to have a small breakdown while we're going through this. But feckin' thank you is what I'm trying to say. Feckin' thank you. Coffee is probably needed, you're right. I should probably do that. But I want to say thank you to you lot, so feckin' yo. Oh, to banned Cybertrucks, it feels like it has been 1,000 years since we've seen you. Watto and welcome. How goes it? I am trying not to feel too many feelings all at once right now. And it is very difficult. How are you? Sorry, just Cybertrucks with repress that nonsense. I'm here for the games. God, I hate that C222, I hate that I hadn't thought of the Alan Wake Me Up inside. I can't be the only person that's... You can't be the only person that's thought of that pun. Alright, I forget where we're going. I forget what we're doing. Where even are we? What's a video game? The third thing. Oh, yes, oh, yeah, we gotta go after Heartman, who's this feckin' horrifying monster bastard. Okay, I might take Lizzie's advice and get another coffee before we get jumping into the game proper. But and we can absolutely talk about Thief some more, as I know Sean and Fearless were enjoying that conversation, and the train was all like beep 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 beep. Oh, well, sorry, Sean. I said, Shane Mullen. Well, it was lovely chatting to you this morning. I'm always down talking, like, Looking Glass titles because they're such a big part of my life. And once the Blackout Club is done and done, we'll definitely get some ex-Looking Glass peeps on the show again. Should be fucking cool. Fucking y'all. Alright. I'm gonna make a coffee. I'm gonna get my feelings in order. And try and be a cohesive... Oh, fucking... So no doing interesting stuff while I'm gone. All of you, seriously. It boggles my mind when anybody's like, hey, here's a bit of money because I think you're not too terrible at doing the thing. And then you lot do stuff like this morning and it leaves me gobsmacked. Thank you all. Thank you all. Alright. Okay, coffee time. Then video game time. Back in your... Okay, friend. Alright. Graphite, stammering, you cheeky mother hubbards. And he said a bad word then. Thank you kindly. Again, thank you all for fucking everything that you throw in. And an additional thank you to those of you that just come here and hang out, yo. I love the conversation and I love the company, so... Thank you. Now let's deal with a horrible individual who has been twisted and manipulated by the powers of darkness. And his darkness. Darkness, if you will. No, that doesn't work. Oh no! Darkness. Once again, I'm probably the first person to come up with that because I am smart and clever. Oh. Okay. So the story so far. We are playing the second half of the last DLC for Control. The Alan Wake themed AWE. Alan's fecked up somehow. He's in the Oceanside Motel. And somehow he has brought somehow he has unlocked the investigation sector and he has brought the darkness with him. The darkness being the malevolent entity, or entities, however you want to think of it, from Alan Wake. For one particular creature, it is combined with the hiss to make this horrific, elongated monstrosity. This DLC has been exceptional, it has been hilarious, and there's been a bunch of nonsense. Oh, I'm fearless. I am never sure I've left Alien Isolation behind. Oh, way cool. Wolfrad says they're going to try and stick with till we finish this. Feckin' yo. Well, I mean, Wolfrad, I don't want you to stay up too late, but we do have a bit of a double header today, which is when we're done with this, we're going to head over to Fiona's channel, and she's going to restart Resi 7, and I'm going to sit with her, and I say keep her company. I'm going to share a bunch of Resident Evil facts with some maniacal laughing. This will be so good. Oh. Take your couch. Yo!
31 flavors and all taste like old sweat socks were used as the filter to make a kappa.
Ah, I see you've been to the local shop. So, Sean, thank you so much for 21 months. Like, how's it going with your good self? Sorry, I'm just doing some active hiring. Oh, that guy is super dead. But it's alright. You can still be a productive member of the Bureau. $31. It's a whirlwind! Do you mean what's been going on with your good self? Or the bizarre fact that I've been doing this for the realsies over 31 months. No. Sorry, let me just get this Pokemon battle done and then we'll go from there. You work for me now. So where were we? What? We have very, very good hiring processes here. Okay, so find Hartman in the Eagle Limited AWE area. So I guess we go this way. Yeah, this way and round. All right. Okay. Oh, Sean's moved to a farm I bought and have been renovating. It's not 100% yet, but it's close. Way cool. And you're still working on your game project, right? Like, you know you have my axe when it comes time to start hyping that. Like, you have my powers. But no, that sounds feckin' cool. Oh, Stammering says they're going to leave now. After the 21-hour day yesterday has forced me to have multiple naps. Stammering, sleep well, have a lovely rest of your evening. And, yeah, yesterday was feckin' grand. And I'm glad we got to hang out at least a little bit today, you know? Yeah, so Sean is still making food trucks and the day job and also owns a farm. That's a hell of a... Sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of renovating. You know, so just working on a couple of things at once, you know, no big deal. Oh man, Arcti's gonna be livid at me. INM's like, is the pint glass half empty? Oh, INM, they did a full-on train, level 5 and everything. And I've managed to... There was only a minor amount. Okay, no, there was a lot of feels, but there was minimal. There was minimal bad times. Sean's like, my hobby is jobs. No, this person are on their own. Oh. But yeah, so Sean, well, I guess, and conversation for everyone, it's been very surreal that, like, everyone seems to be front-loading their announcements and releases this year. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the rest of this year shapes out while we're still kind of working on... Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. You hear that, right? Alright, so we need a light source. Oh, Bacon Avenger, thank you for filling the pint glass and all. Oh yeah, if you haven't seen what Hartman looks like, he's horrific. Oh, I heard him saying they just want Elden Ring. Come on, FromSoft. Don't he tease me forever? Well, I mean, when you think about it, they did bring George R.R. Martin on board for this. Oh. And that gentleman is not known for his prompt and speedy writing process. No one's gone, oh boy, that George R.R. Martin, he sure does write books quick. Oh, this is going to be bad. Oh. Okay, I heard what's-his-face stomping around out there. So we can call reinforcements. Those people would not survive. Alright, here we go. I saw that alongside E3's air quotes digital offerings this year, they're also going to be doing a companion app. Oh, sorry. Let me handle these numpties. Oh, darn it! That was me light. I needed that. Oh, stop exploding! That is against HR policy, and you know it. Sorry, I'm just going to do some on-the-spot hirings. Where's that bloody orb? Congratulations, orb, you're hired. Sorry, just had to hire up a quick orb of healing. You know how it is. Ah! That guy's not going to be in control too. Stop exploding! I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm so sorry, everyone. Okay, where were we? Quasi's like, every time they hear Elden Ring, for some reason they think it's a subtitle for Elder Scrolls 6 and they have to check themselves. I do feel that both FromSoft and Mr. R. Martin don't really have to worry too much about Elden Ring selling, so they can literally take their time. I mean, Sekiro is arguably one of FromSoft's more divisive titles, and that's still sold like gangbusters. You know what? I don't think there's any mods they can really offer us at this point in the game that are going to be super duper useful. Okay, so what are we talking about? Oh, E3 is going to have a companion app, which I will assume is just a countdown until the entire event is dissolved. Though it has been curious seeing that companies are still announcing that they won't be attending E3. So I wonder if that's just like PR friends talking to PR friends. Oh, way cool. Fearless was just saying that they actually got the chance to just go up and chat to George R. Martin at a convention, just because he was just hanging out and having a good time. That's always way cool to hear. Quasi saying that E3 already had a companion app called E3 Bowl. Yeah. The sadness of losing E3 does mean losing E3 Bowl. But you can't win them all. Oh god. Hang on. Oh wow, they're just going to give me a light there? Handy.
Alright, Ati. Was this what you had in mind?
Oh, just Ati wanted me to do some work. Remember, always be nice to the janitor. Because the janitor has the keys. Oh, here we go. Brain missing. To that good-for-nothing security check. I know you took part of my brain when you put me through the metal detector. I'm not stupid. I know what they're really used for. What I don't know is whether taking part of my brain causes me to lose my memories or to lose sleep. I've been told if you lose sleep, you lose everything else too. That's the trick. That's where you trick us regular people. Now, I don't know which it is, and I can't remember what you did to me. But I can tell you this much. I don't find it funny at all. I want my memories back. And you can be sure next time I visit the Baltimore-Washington International Thorogood Marshall Airport, I will come and find you and make you fix what you broke. Sincerely. Don't think I'll be signing this with my real name. Like I said, I'm not stupid. You can just mind your own business. Sorry, Favor 6 with E3 2022 is just 3 people named Earl sitting around a table. No, I feel like the air quotes death of E3 has been a Vigigamey conversation for so long. It's joking aside, I don't think it's going to be dead as of next year, but it certainly doesn't have much in the way of a value outside, I guess, a core component of individuals for whom like E3 was their main business interaction space, you know? And those people have probably had to find alternatives since everything's gone sideways. Sorry, just clearing out some inky blobs. So yeah, it's only mostly dead. Hang on, what's down that way? Utility corridor. Why do I feel like going down there is both an awesome and a terrible idea? Oh. words of Dr. Professor Jeff Science, why not? Oh, this is a terrible idea. Why am I doing this? I do not like how quiet it is in here. Hold that thought, friends. Okay. Beckon! It's triple two, making me nervous. Sean was adding E3 should just return to its intended purpose, which will render it not a big deal anymore. And that's okay. I mean, thinking about it now, like, unless you're going there for specific, like, biz dev reasons, all of the... like, all the big press elements are no longer... Oh, no, that's just me. That's fine. But why is it blue? Right, we can hit again. That's the thing with this game. You never really know. Yo!
Our chat cup is full. Banzai.
Oh, and him, you fucking legend! Yeah. Trying in 1,000 as well. Thank you. Fucking hero. The juxtaposition of you lot being lovely and this being unnerving, it's not lost on me. I guess it was just a room for goodies? No. No, we've done enough hirings today. No. That's it, just no. They want to fight? No. Darn it, I dropped me torches! Feckin' yo, sorry. I'm trying not to start a full-on bout of the feckin' yos, but it's very difficult. Yeah, there's... See a cavalcade of corgis yoked into the upper stratosphere. The lighting in this area is phenomenal. Just clearing out the and Wolfred, thank you for... Sorry, Wolfcrad, thank you kindly for filling the pine glass again. God, I do not seem to be able to carry on a...
Damn it.
Oh, who wants delicious mold? Oh no, seriously, if you would like some delicious mold, let me know, because I'll get you like a little doggy bag or something. I should be able to get some takeaway. Oh, but I can definitely get some lore. Alright. So, as a reminder, Night Springs. Okay. Night Springs is fascinating and is the connecting through line for pretty much all of... I almost called them Quantic Dreams then. What an insult. For all of this team's work. I don't know if Night Springs was in Max Payne, but it's definitely in Control, Quantum Break, and Alan Wake. Remedy, thank you, Wolfcrad. God, I definitely need the second coffee today. Because in Quantum Break, I was watching some of Deus's playthrough of it, and he found the Night Springs audition tapes in that game. So whether or not that's the connecting through thread that proves this is all part of one universe or not, I don't know. Though, I don't think that the events of Quantum Break would register on the Bureau's radar, because it's like science time manipulation rather than like altered objects of power and whatnot. Anyway, so this is page 2 of the Night Springs screenplay, which the Bureau of Control bought to use basically as a misinformation and deniability operation, which I find fascinating. But then I do like stuff like this because I'm a great big nerd. Alright, the robust director shoves the nerd-like scientist aside and heads for the portal in the control room. He slams on with a determined fist. Director, all the more reason! The entire screen fills with dangerous red. Then it fades away and we see the two men are in another dimension. The air ripples around them as if they were in 1986. As if they were in a 1986 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am, sitting in the Texas sun after a 5-day road trip. International unknown dimension. Night. Scientist. What have you done? You've doomed us! Control yourself, Director! Where's this beast of yours? Right here, sir! A horrible, shapeless, shifting entity fills the horizon. It can't be described. That's how horrible it is. What a thing of beauty you've been keeping from me! Sorry, I love having these up. I might, if it turns out there's a bunch of pages of Night Springs, I might just see if I can download them and mess around with them. Sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of a spring clean. Like I said, if any of you want some delicious mold, I'll pick some up on the way out. But I do need to clear out this room. We're going to be turning this into a daycare yoga center. I mean, the place will need a bit of refurb, obviously. So C2 is saying that they were surprised Remedy had the creative flexibility with Quantum Break, even with their Easter egg. God, I'd love to know what they could and couldn't do with that project. You know? There's so much happens. Oh look, lots of batteries and lots of lights. This is gonna be bad. Okay. So we've got to work out which combination opens what doors. Alright, so the yellow is this one.
Christ. Did the Hartman thing do all this?
Nope. Sorry, I've got to play whack-a-mole with the battery. And these cables are all over the place. Talk about terrible cable management. Oh, okay. I need to use both. Woohoo! Puzzles! Okay. So this one is... Geez, 4? Ah, but that's goodies. We don't need items. We're here for lore! And conversation! So this one's all the yellow ones. Alright, well, the orangey ones. One for you. And one for you. And last but by no means least, what? Wait, no, we did that. Hang on! Okay, you're not supposed to be there. One of these oranges is not like the other. Haha! Wait, what? Just when you think you've got the puzzle beat, and then something happens. And it's yellow, not orange. Okay, this is... Sorry, so there are 4... Oh, I had it right already. Let's just pretend that was fine. Now, we don't really need to open blue, because that's just a couple goodies. So now we just need to crack open yellow. No, so that's a telephone, Jesse. Jesse, that is not a viable power core which we might use to open doors. Are the Conclave saying open it? Do we need to? Like, if there's lore or fun to be found, we can crack open the blue one. That's what we're here for. Oh. But there's definitely more story to be had this way. Alright, well, I'll play the tape this way. It's not like we can't turn around and go back if there's more stuff in the blue room.
Reminder, the law of 3 also applies to all faucets within the oldest house. Be mindful and don't cause any aquatic misconduct. Thank you for your attention.
Remember, the rule of 3. It's like, okay, I guess this is happening. Knock, knock, folding chair! Okay, so we'll keep on moving forward. I didn't see anything in there that denoted any kind of lore stuff. Oh, piss off! Sorry. I'm at the point now with the hiss where it's like, you are a minor inconvenience and I will break your face! Would you care for some concrete? It does make me wonder what the oldest house thinks of our power to rip pieces of it apart and use them to beat things to death with. I ponder that a lot. God, I should probably spend these ability points. I guess health. I mean, the only thing it stops is the screen from, like, blinking at us too angrily. Oh, we got an achievement called Master Para-Utilitarian. Okay, cool. All right, sorry. Let me take a moment. Let me take a beat. C222 says the oldest house does not care about its occupants, even you. Wall rippings are of no consequence. Well, I guess it's the idea that it is, to some regard, almost a living entity, and I'm pulling bits of it off to throw at people. Although we don't know to any extent Okay, the oldest house has never shown any kind of cooperation or malevolence. So... It could... Oh. Eagle Limited AWE. I always want to say... Alright, if anyone has any conversation topics they want to banter before we go into here, I think we're going to go in here and have a very bad time. Anything anybody wants to natter on? Bring up? Yes, I'm stalling. How did you know?
Lots of dark corners to hide in.
Yup.
Okay, let's get the lights on and clear him out.
Move the train forward to activate the lights. Oh god. Ow! You work for me now. Now go distract the big evil. Yeah. If you could go run off to your death, tiny person, that would be great. Hey, JP. What, ho, friend? How are you doing? You work for me now.
Just dropping in to say that my 5G upgrade is 100 complete.
Yay! Numbers, I'm real happy for you, friend. Alright, and we'll come back to this area and see if there's any, what's the term? If there's any additional lore stuff to be finding. That's direct to Faden to you. Yeah, well, Numbers, if you do end up getting hit by the bad times, what's tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow's Friday, so like we'll be doing Blackout Club later if you need the company. Okay, so we've moved the train. This is good. Now what? Oh. Hit the switch, put the button! Yeah! Get stuffed, you big ugly bastard! Yeah, that stilt horror is what's chasing us through the darkness. You know, standard Whoa!
Where's it running off to now?
Did you see that? It swung...
All aboard?
Okay, I'm gonna investigate the area first before we jump on the train, because I get the feeling it's gonna get interesting. Yeah, he just told that wall to get out of the way, and it did. So many dead troopers. But, I mean, maybe it's the combination of, like, his powers and stuff together, but, like, he almost commanded the old house there. Okay. Alright, so that's the way he went. Okay, Kakazi makes a good point that it could just be that the oldest house really dislikes it. You know, that even if the oldest house isn't really involved in the day-to-day politics of the Bureau and whatnot. If something really nasty were running around you, I mean, that thing basically... Ugh. You know what? I'm not going to use the descriptive words I was going to, because it's going to make everyone else itch, except for just me now. But it's definitely not good. Alright. Doesn't seem to be any lore stuff hiding here. Alright. I hope you like trains. Oh, so JP, I'm doing real well. It's a little slow going today. And JP, I'm super glad you got your second shot as well. Like, it's making me real happy to hear how many peeps are getting them. Not that as I was saying earlier, not that I thought any of you would avoid it, but still. I hope none of you have the same level of side effects that I did, because I got my ass kicked. Okay, so there's another room in the back. Alright, we'll go check that out in a second. But now we're on a mystical weird train.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago. Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
All you fine-looking folks, here's some smooth tunes to ease your minds and please your ears as we wait for that delicious dinner to roll right on in.
Ooh. Man, where were these feckin' AWEs earlier? All we had is like weird horror and bad times. Okay, except for the film set. The film set was awesome. How come we didn't get Smooth Train early? Oh, this is making me hungry. Oh. Greetings, train hat.
Next stops, Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. That's Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. Tickets, please. Tickets.
Alright, would anyone care for a hammer? Hey, fluffy, adorable kitten, how are you doing? Watto! Oh, it sounds amazing. Glorious. The sound design in this game is exceptional, so...
Oh my god, fire! Fire!
Everyone, stay in your seat. In your seat. Nothington, sir, sit down. Oh, everyone, hold on.
And here we have the pieces that fell out. Why couldn't we just stayed with food and smooth jazz? Having a bad time, having a bad time. Okay.
Good evening, all you fine-looking folks. Here's some smooth tunes to ease your minds and please your ears as we wait for that delicious dinner to roll right on in.
Okay, perhaps it's the order in which we need to...
Next stops, Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. That's Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. Tickets, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago. Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
Okay. So we know... So I have a feeling it's hat, briefcase, jazz, dinner, hammer, explosion. Okay, so hat.
Next stops, Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. That's Alton,
Good afternoon, ladies
briefcase.
and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago.
Smooth jazz.
Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
A little bit of dinner. And then... fire and explosions. No. Then perhaps it's briefcase, conductor, jazz, dinner, explodey fire. Alright. Briefcase.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago. Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
And Springfield. That's Alton,
Then jazz.
Carlinville, and Springfield. Tickets,
Then
please.
dinner.
Here's some smooth tunes to ease your minds and please your ears.
And then hammer. Then bad times.
Roll right on in.
Sit down.
Oh, I did it. Lovely. I just about goat there. Ah. Although after yesterday's game, I think I've had quite enough of goats. I'm quite done with goats. If it's all the same. Pulls out service weapon.
You had a pretty dark ride, huh?
Pretty sure I do,
But I
yeah.
hope you're done replaying it now.
Ooh. Ooh. This one turns the shotgun into slugs. That's feckin' cool. Oh, that's meaty. Sadly, not like animal slugs numbers, but especially in this game, one does need to specify. Ooh, Fluffy Adorable Kitten. That is a heck of a challenge. Fluffy's trying to choose between playing the Survivalists, Shipbreaker, or Hydroneer. Now, Hard Space Shipbreaker is one of my... It sounds eerie up here. It's definitely one of my top games of recent memory, and they've just added some proper story content, so I'm all about that. Oh, here we go. Right, so this is the Eagle Limited details. So the Bureau has gathered concrete evidence that the train derailment was in fact the work of a paracriminal group known as Where, which according to the Bureau's intel has shown concerning interest in experimenting with artificial manufacturing of altered items. Now, we found about this earlier in the game, that a bunch of bastards just obliterated a train and caused a huge train crash with the idea of trying to create an AWE, which they did. Knowing the group largely operates in the American Midwest, the Bureau worked alongside the FBI to ascertain their movements and rendezvous locations. This cooperation provided agents with information that led to the arrest and conjunction with the AWE led to an arrest in conjunction with the AWE case. Under the suspicion of involvement, Hua was brought in for questioning. An interrogation performed by Agent Hua resulted in the suspect being kept in a holding cell for 2 days without food, in breach of the Paracriminal Rights Act. Afterward, the suspect confessed his involvement to the Hua group and provided information on other members in exchange for his freedom. Okay. Now let's see what the train car's stuff was. Okay. You can avoid the altered item by simply not going in the train car. That's fair. Items currently held in the AWE West Wing, which we know. Okay. The item's exterior is of a standard CV-10 Vista Dome train car. The largest known altered item on record. The interior seems to be an adjacent reality related to the trauma or memory belonging to a Hua, and not the physical item's own history. Causation for this link is still being determined, but the possibilities include outside interference, possibly responsible for the item's altered state or trauma, imprinting via shared memory states. Okay. Well, that's a whole heap of dark. Oh, the Law of Three, which we listened to earlier. I wonder if we get any more Threshold kids by the end of this. I'm not saying it's the thing that I want. Hive mind, bad juju, got you. Well, it seems like a bunch of evil bastards attempted to generate an altered item of power by, trashing a train car. Kakazi says, I may have missed it, but have any of these records described a symbol yet? Nothing springs to mind? Wait, wasn't there discussion of, like, the spiral symbol? Ha! Chair's dead. Hey! Sing your Matakun. What, oh friend? I see you wish to bring an egg raid upon these shores. Well, now you find me in full control of the Bureau's resources. Do you know how much mediocre coffee and overpriced vending machine snacks I can bring to bear? I'm in a weird mood today. How are you doing? What? Oh, and welcome. I'm actually going to need raid defense. There is a lot of eggs. I am staring into the yolky face of folks I once knew, which honestly, considering we're playing this game, is mildly unsettling. So, how are you doing, you lovely lot? Who have we got who came on in? Ensai, Wato, Toriara Meows, Hyperfoofy, Pix Retro, GHG Show. To all of you lovely folks, Wato and welcome! Okay, so if we haven't met, my name's Will. It's lovely to make your acquaintance. I worked in video games for about 10 years, mostly on like Total War and a couple other places. We've been playing through Control, and we're pretty eyeballs deep into the Alan Wake DLC, so I can understand if you don't want to stick around, but I'll take a few moments to natter with your good selves. Oh, lovely! Toria's saying that we've met IRL. Feckin' y'all! I will level with you though, my ability to remember people's, like, handles, usernames, and people names. Wait, chicken handbag? Gamer? Where? Where? Where are the gamers? Sorry, I need to make a call. Yes, this is the director. Yeah, we have a level 3 gamer breach. Gamers have been detected in this area. I'm going to need to dispatch a team right away. I make myself laugh, alright? I make myself laugh. But Sing, how was your day? What were you playing? How was your show? It feels... I do love this little Twitch ecosystem because I kind of get to, albeit digitally, see my friends on the regulars. Oh. Okay, yes, yeah, Kakazi, it's probably something that hasn't been pointed out to us, yes. So Sing says doing really good, playing Animal Crossing and vibing hard. Lovely, lovely. What have we been doing over here? Well, so we've been playing through Control, which I know doesn't seem like the most interesting of choices, but initially I started playing this because what I wanted to do was kind of go deep into the architecture of this. We were going to do like one day, and we're going to do a day on like how the oldest house is this really fascinating creation from both like an architectural standpoint and a design standpoint. And this game's so good, we've ended up playing through the whole bloody thing in the DLC. Okay, I'm sorry, why was that not the raid call? So going back to what Sing was saying, playing Animal Crossing and drinking wine, Toria's informing us that Sing Yamato-kun karaoke'd Cruel Angel Thesis with a bird beak on. I'm still hoping, because now now things are slowly getting back to a certain, well, I say a certain, to some form of normality over here. I'm so hoping the next Evangelion film gets a cinematic release over here, because I'm going to get shit-faced, properly shit-faced, and go watch it. And it's going to be glorious. Supposedly, oh, so chicken handbag. My second vaccination, basically, my waiting period was over as of yesterday. So I haven't gone to see the Mugen Train, but I'd like to, you know? Also, I'm going to check up here, because I wouldn't put it past Control to hide goodies up this way. Oh yeah, here we go. See, now, what a lot of people don't actually know is that the blobs of darkness in Control are actually the disembodied form of Mr. Blobby. Now, Noel was never really clear about what happened and how this came about, but the pink lovable suit of Mr. Blobby actually contains this twisted living darkness that can only be destroyed by direct application of light. Now, I know that's pretty common to people in the UK, but it's not well known, like, internationally, so I thought it was worth saying. Yeah, so numbers, it's I think it's 2 weeks for the Pfizer, 14 days for the other one, and the J&J is like I think the longest at like 20 plus days. I forget. It does seem to be the remnants of darkness up this way. Two weeks and 40 days of the same length. Good at maths. Look, no one hires me to count. Sing, no. Sing, you don't. Oh, no. Oh, that's horrifying. Sorry, Sing was saying that they want to acquire a Mr. Blobby suit. I'm like, that's a terrifying power. So anyway, I'm going to be continuing with this. This is going to be rife with spoilers. And this particular section is the Alan Wake Control mashup, which you're all cordially invited to join us for. I just wanted to give you enough of a heads up. And plus, I wanted to say hello in case you have to move away. Move away. And in case you have to head off. God, I've forgotten how to use people words today. Kidna with the blobby, 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 blobby. No. No. Mr. Blobby is an SCP. This is well known. And the Federal Bureau of Control stands as the last line of defense against things like Mr. Blobby. No. So, Wolfrad... I think at this point, the Mr. Blobby suit would be considered an AWE or object of power because of how it contains the twisted mass of darkness that would form. See, everybody knows that the first introduction, the first season of Noel's House Party, Mr. Blobby was played by Noel Edmonds, but it was observed that with each additional filming of a Mr. Blobby set, Noel would become very blank, very muted. He'd forget entire scenes or things that had happened. And by the second season of Mr. Blobby's introduction, Noel Edmonds and Mr. Blobby were shown in the same place. We never saw who was inside. Now, we're not talking about a Stiglight situation. There wasn't like a famous person lurking within the Blobby suit. No, there was darkness. Darkness and horror. The eyes were just essentially googly eyes on springs. Those were fine. But if you look through the teeth of Mr. Blobby, you can see the darkness writhing. And the worst part is if you look too hard, it looks back. Even on videotape, even through the television. To gaze into the maw of Blobby is to have it gaze back into thee. And that is why we do what we do here at the Federal Bureau of Control. We find the horror that lurks in the heart of Blob. We extinguish it. Basically, you've shown up, and now I've gone full on weird. Sing, you and your crew have a demonstrable effect. Someone once described the Teletubbies as what would happen if 4 human minds got caught in some kind of like alien hive consciousness. And I've never been able to stop thinking about that, even though they did an episode of Love, Death and Robots about that very concept. But instead of it being Teletubbies, it was uncomfortably like Uncanny Valley people having sex.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo! Hey, Bacon Avenger, that's fucking cool of you. Sorry, I should do a better job. So, friendos, please do follow Singing Manakun, who is a fellow community manager and a lovely, lovely person from back in the UK. a nerd culture survivor, and I almost said, without a hint of irony, all-round good egg. I almost said that, just off the cuff. I'm so sorry. Toriyama saying, imagine the love child of Dr. Eggman and Mr. Blobby. Yo. I was rewatching the Polygon Sonic Bible, and that the original concept for Dr. Robotnik was as a lovely professor who's trying to cure pollution in the world is twisted by the Chaos Emerald and a single egg. And now, Favor 6, I never went to the Mr. Blobby theme park because I valued my soul. But I do remember it existing. Like, how the feck else did Mr. Blobby have a #1 hit single in the UK, if not dark forces from outside of our scientific understanding? Oh, and Jafar James, Watto. Oh, so Singy Matakun, have you had the chance to play Everhood yet? That's my current, I'm annoying everybody to play it, because, god dang, the soundtrack is amazing. It's like a reverse rhythm game RPG, and if someone doesn't, do a feckin' gig of Everhood, Oh, just as a quick FYI, if any of you are like super photosensitive, we've got more of the flashing blobs. I'm going to try and avoid them. Oh, so you haven't had the chance to play it yourself yet? Okay. It is kind of Undertale DDR. It's like it's a rhythm avoidance game rather than a rhythm matching. And I do find that very fascinating. Great, I have these bad words chasing me. Okay, Toriyama Meows is saying that the Mr. Blobby theme park was bulldozed. It was too dangerous and people kept having accidents. Like, that is some top-tier haunted bollocks right there. Yeah, 7 nights at Mr. Blobby theme park when? And instead of it being like animatronic monstrosities possessed by the dead children of this place, you know, it's this, like, this awful, like, I'm thinking like Junji Ito horror from the mouth style monster. That's how I remember Mr. Blobby. Okay, so here we go. Entity capture report, shaded specimen, formerly Dr. Hartman. Dr. Hartman is now an elongated abomination with tendrils and stilts. That's grim. Okay, so an alert from the WA monitoring station, that's Washington, indicated minor activity occurring in the area. Agent Estevez was dispatched to investigate. Inside the lodge, she discovered the facility's former owner, Dr. Emil Hartman. He had been converted into a shaded individual and displayed violent behavior characteristics of its type. Agent Estevez alerted the on-site research team to the specimen's presence and, with some difficulty, was successfully contained in a black rock cell. The cell and its inhabitant were transported safely back to HQ, where the specimen remains detained in the sector as part of the AWE investigation. Once the investigation is closed, research teams have petitioned to relocate the specimen to this sector for further study. And we know how that went! Everybody died! Fluffy Adorable Kitten, I have heard of Riftbreaker. I played the absolute hot heck out of the demo. And sorry, friends, so Riftbreaker is kind of like an old school RTS meets Diablo-style mech game. It's kind of like They Are Billions RPG, but instead of like a wizard, you play as a cool heckin' mech suit. And it looks really good. Yeah, I played the demo like 3 times through. Mainly because I want to try and beat the impossible challenge at the end, but I haven't been able to. But the base building style, much like They Are Billions and stuff like it, is very kind of classic, you know, Warcraft 2, early StarCraft style base building, and I'm all about that. Okay, so, on other stuff, so Sing, Has there been any games that have leaped out to you at the moment? Because I know you've got, especially an eye on the same sorts of weirdness in the indie space. When it comes to Animu, I'm still playing catch up. I just finished watching ReZero seasons 1 and 2, which is one of those things. I don't know if I can recommend it to anyone here, but it's definitely an interesting work. And Sing's been watching Cabanere. I gotta get my Japanese pronunciations back up to speed. I've been working on a project with a couple of people that has me pronouncing the names of like Japanese designers, and I keep butchering them. Oh, that's the like zombie, like steampunk badass samurai series, right? Snowpiercer X Attack on Titan. There's a Snowpiercer bit that I got. Oh, so, and Fluffy was saying on Rift Breakers that they min-max that thing 30 different ways and you can't beat it. The best have had minimal waves, possibly through 40 turrets. Okay, that makes me feel better that I couldn't do it, but yeah. No, that sounds good, because I watched the first half of the last season of Attack on Titan, and oh boy, that thing goes places. It's difficult to talk about because what Attack on Titan said in its what it says in its original creation and the views of its creator make it a little bit ugh. But at least watching what Gainax has done with the source material has been feckin' grand. But Sing, I'm really guilty for watching shite anime to fall asleep to. So like, there's so many shows that I haven't seen that I should, but instead I'll fall asleep to like bloody Black Clover or something like that. And while I will say that like the Sakuga moments of Black Clover are ooh, hello oldest house, how are you? Yeah, the Sakuga moments of I'm gonna make a door. The Sakuga moments of Black Clover are really good, but the rest of it is less so. Ooh. Yo, room's broken. Oldest house is having a bad time here. Oh dear, Toriyama. Toria. Like, when Black Clover gets good, oh my life. Oh my life, it's incredible. But you need to get through hundreds of episodes. Yeah, and the lead character is a load of fun, I do agree. Though, again, you've got to struggle through those first few episodes before the voice actor kind of found their rhythm. His voice is incredibly great. Okay, you loved it from the first. Okay. Fluffy was saying that there's a game they love on sale right now for 40% off. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, even if it's a game that contains smut, we can definitely make sure people are aware that it's not safe for work. Yeah, so I've been really guilty about not watching good anime. Just so, Toria, are you asking like the metaphorical? But what is good anime? Well, it's definitely not the second season of bloody Promised Neverland. Broke my tiny heart. However, it's inspired me to actually like try and read the manga proper and pore over all the good stuff. And yeah, no, Sing, anime is real. Undertale said so. Sigma said they started watching a really interesting anime about people made from black soot. Can't remember the name. Oh, speaking of good anime, Keep Your Hands Off Etsuken is a glorious triumph. I watch and rewatch that when I'm feeling low because of its pure celebration of just the art of creation and not just, you know, the one visionary who makes everything happen, but everyone through the process. Oh, Favor 6. Sword Art Online's a good anime. Well, weirdly, I know we talked about this before, the Sword Art Online side story based on Gun Gale Online that's just, what if Battle Royale was an anime, ends up being a wonderfully well thought out and crafted story with characters I genuinely gave a shit about. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Oh, fluffy, adorable kitten, you can talk about Void Bastards. Void Bastards is glorious. It's kind of like one part... it has the art style of like Hellboy in space, and it has the pithy humor of like Red Dwarf, or it feels very Douglas Adams, you know. Yeah. So friends, if you hadn't had the chance to play Void Bastards, fucking go for it. But Fluffy, like, thank you for being considerate. I will say I'm not against swears here. It's more that I try not to swear because if I started cussing on stream, I'd get worse and worse until I was saying things so viscous as to make people feel a little uncomfortable. Okay, so, misdemeanor report. Now, what has Samuel Turnbull done? They committed a misdemeanor while performing duties as supervising agent of Project Where, designed to help undercover agents re-assimilate to office duties. The incident began when Agent Turnbull refused one of the operatives entry into the oldest house, claiming they had been compromised. The situation escalated as Agent Turnbull attempted to force a confession out of the bastard. The injuries inflicted upon the victim required a trip to the medical wing. Oh my word. Agent Turnbull denied any guilt, maintaining the victim was some sort of pod person, and that he, unlike his colleagues, could see their true intentions. To use the Bureau's connections to climb the ranks of government and eventually into the Oval Office. Despite breaching the Bureau Code, Offense Code 48, Agent Turnbull was given a leave of absence with full pay due to his sterling record. He will be required to undergo psychological evaluation on his return. So is this his office? Alright. I want to see if I can get up here. Because this game is not above... Hang on. Shotgun! This game is not above hiding stuff like this. I knew it! Oh, so Singh was saying, Odd Taxi is B-Stars, but about a taxi driver. Interesting. Ah, yes. B-Stars will be to a generation what Disney's Robin Hood was to ours. Alright, physics be damned. We're in the oldest house. So, Wolfred, you might be, Okay, is this just goodies? No, there's something there. Yeah. Seems like it's just goodies. No, there's got to be more here. And the radio's just playing... Okay. The big blank wall. There we go. Thank you, Wolfrad. Hang on. I need a little assistance here. Sorry, we're making a door. Rhymes and Moose. What, ho, friend? How are you doing? We found a strange as shit part at the back end of the oldest house. Stuff's getting weird. Oh, Toriyama's just out there Forever waiting for Yuri on Ice Season 2. Yep. Oh, did you try Carol and Tuesday? Some numbers recommended it to me, and it ended up being just a wonderfully charming series. Plus, it's on Netflix, which we all have. Oh, speaking of which, I don't know if they updated the Netflix app or what have you, but I woke up this morning. I stretched a very pale and comfortable stretch, and I went to get coffee. And whilst the first cup was pouring, I checked my phone, and it just went, "New Castlevania's out." This is something I have to look forward to. Because we get Love, Death, and Robots this week as well, but like, Castlevania Season 4. Faber6 said they once made the mistake of watching Terraformers. God, the manga for that was so odd. Alright. I don't know if I should touch this clock. The last time we dealt with a clock like this, it spawned at infinitum, resulting in a very bad time. Okay, so Wolfrad says, alright, not going to let us figure this one out because it's going to take ages. We need to stop the clock at the correct numbers, which is 17716497. Okay. Okay, sorry, let me start that again. So, Faber6 says, still haven't forgiven Netflix for Jupiter's Legacy. Is that the new one about superheroes that dropped? The last one I got drastically into was Invincible, the adaptation of that on Amazon, which is very good. Although it does seem like one of the final scenes has become a very big meme, which amuses me greatly. Okay, then it's 1, then 6, then 4. Wait, Wolfrad, are you getting us to open some kind of like digital hell dimension? Oh yeah, Ark of the Conclave. New Castlevania came out today? At least, I believe in US. And Faber6 says, yes, it's Jupiter's Legacy is a train wreck, and I'll end up watching Season 2 just to see how much worse it gets. Oh, I'm so sorry. Was it from another series? Oh, Keith is also saying that the Guilty Gear Strife beta is open again today. I wish I had the time to get good at that, you know what I mean? I mean, I guess I can kind of sort of play Soul Bad Guy alright, but just because he's a translation of, like, the Street Fighter style of fighting games. Oh, and what's the last one? Oh, yeah. Last one's 7 again. Alright. And Wolfrad, thank you kindly. Even if we did enter a hell dimension, you helped us get through it. Alright. And down we drift. Woo! Oh yeah, and Kisa, I mean, I've been watching some of Alex's like stream setups. Oh, that's not a hole, that's just the floor. Alright, shit's about to get even more weird. We are so far off the beaten path here, friends. Yeah. Kisa, I can't even do that justice, but I kind of almost missed that meme. I'm probably going to have to shoot a bunch of stuff in the dog. Guess whose gun fires slugs now? And guess who you work for? Also me. Alright, you three chuckle fucks are now working for me. Look, I'm going on a very aggressive hiring spree at the moment. What can I say? My employees get it done. Next contestants, please! Oh, you are very brave. Well done. Expect a stellar performance review for all of you for the next few seconds you're still alive. But yeah, don't... Tori Meows was saying that... I was also adding that Jupiter's Legacy is just so heavy. Like I said, I'd only seen trailers for it doing the rounds. And... See, I'm... oh, and Sing, if you're still lurking with us, I should be able to... I should be able to ship you out the little bear guy soon. I just need to wait for my next little Twitch paycheck to come through, and then I'll be able to hit UPS. So I've decided they both need to go to a good home. So, and I can't remember which one you asked for. So I have these two little Mother Hubbards who will be coming to meet you in the speed of mail. But yeah, I'm slowly working through it. Actually, give me so we're slowly rebuilding the set here. I've got all the varying Gundams in varying places. And I definitely need to get some more lighting back there. Once this is all cleared out, then I can get like the Gundam lights on and everything. But wait, did I just check this side? Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, yeah, no. So I checked both, so we just got to take the light switch through. Alright. And nothing bad happened. The end. 1, 2... Oh, wow. 3? Okay, so we could have missed all of this. Like, I'm just going to take a beat so, like, Wolfrad and people can catch up. Actually, if you want to do a quick refresh, in case anyone's behind at all. Emu, Watto? Yeah, this is... We are absolutely eyeballs deep into Control. Actually, I do want to say, if you're just joining us, this is the last half of the last DLC of Control. So this is well after the main story. This is well after the Foundation DLC. And we are about to get into hanging out with Mr. Alan Wake a whole bunch. And yes, Vanderbeast, it is a valid question in this game to, when someone says this weapon fires slugs, to make sure it's talking about, like, you know, hard, solid projectiles from a shotgun and not, you know, garden variety bastards. Wolfrad said they missed most of this during their playthrough and only found it because they're trying to get all achievements. Feckin' yo. Alright, well, let's get to it. That's our usual door. So let's have an explore. If you haven't encountered it before, welcome to the Ocean View Motel and Casino. The premier budget interdimensional hub. All these doors come from different dimensions, and we only get to go through one. Except for the one time Ahti lets us go through into the janitor's room, where he has like a sauna that's inside a painting. there's usually some kind of puzzle to solve in these areas. Sometimes... no, the casino's closed. Sometimes the puzzles in this place are fascinating, and sometimes they are fecking haunting. Personal mod. Acrobatics. What does that do? Health recovery on evade. Oh, that's cool. If I actually needed health, then that would be very useful. Oh, weapon reloaded after. Could be useful. Shields are for nerds. Shields are for nerds. Shields are for nerds. Oh, that's cool. That's a 500% increase in change speed. Aerobatics. Spooky. Less spooky. Okay, Kakazi says, I don't think it occurs now, but it might. So if a cutscene plays and the view scans over a symbol on a door, take note of the symbol. Okay. I mean... Weapon forms. Oh yes, we made the surge. Adhesive grenades, explosive projectiles. Very quaint. Still, so surreal.
The Valhalla Nursing Home, founded in 2014 for Odin and Tor Anderson for their twilight years.
Plot! Very short plot, apparently. Oh, so, again, I don't know if you've already played through this. I'm going to assume everybody here at this point kind of has through, so... So, as you know, when we get the hotlines coming through, the message we get in-game is a condensed version of what we can actually listen to via the hotline. And it's so fascinating because I love how they use bits of the full version to give you a very concise message that may be separate from what the full thing says. So here's Alan doing his thing. For like a minute and a half.
The Valhalla Nursing Home. Founded in 2014 for Odin and Tor Anderson of the Old Gods of Asgard fame for their twilight years.
The Old Gods of Asgard being a band.
Tour, flip-flopped to be their farewell tour. Cut short. Cancelled. To the chagrin of their agent, Barry Wheeler. Wheeler had managed to coax a couple of hit songs out of them before that. Balance Slays the Demon, a couple of others. 3 massive stadium-sized gigs. The old men rocked like they were possessed by the devil. Like their namesakes. The backstage parties got out of hand. The air was thick with smoke. Wheeler squinted. His migraine flared. Booze and drugs. A rock and roll cliche. They ran off after every gig. Wheeler had security track them down to the craziest after parties. The Andersons were so old. Vampires. This is a fucking darkness. After every gig and the rampaging party that followed, it took them weeks to bounce back. And they never did completely. Each time Wheeler expected them to croak. It was that bad. After the 3rd gig, Wheeler couldn't take it anymore. Couldn't stomach the idea of another client dropping dead on him. Wheeler canceled. Called it off. It was over. After the Old Gods comeback tour was canceled, Wheeler set up a foundation with the money from the record sales of the Greatest Hits album, and the gigs. A lot of money. Wheeler was good at his job. Wheeler set up the nursing home facility. The old men deserved it.
Okay. So that's more plot from Alan Wake than anything else, but that's fascinating. I will say, so Emu, if you get the chance to play through this, even seeing the bits that we see now, I do still recommend it. Because well, we talked about this a lot early on in the run of this game. I dismissed it. Much like I dismissed Quantum Break, I didn't expect this game to be as exceptional as it ended up being, and I was wrong on that one. We've ended up playing through this game in its entirety and going deep, deep into the lore that it puts forward. And that's not nothing. Also, we still have no idea what that door is, or what it does, or where it goes. Or that one. Now, that one, we have theories.
Coffee time, Mother Hubbard.
Whoop, whoop! Actually, Aperios, how many days until it's officially coffee time? Because it's like, it's 2 weeks for us numpties. Oh yeah, Jackie, like, a bunch of old rockers going and doing what old rockers do. Ah, it's going to be so good. We're going to get coffee, and we're going to natter about everything under the sun, and it's going to be glorious. We know this one is the door that leads back to the old house because it's got the bureau. It's got the board symbol on it, and that this the spiral seems to go to Bright Falls, or at least be connected to Mr. Wake. Anyway, this was more like a little bit of lore. Don't you jump scare me. Harkening back to good old Mr. Wake. Alright, this was feckin' cool. And I'm a little bit chuffed, if I say so myself, that I found this just by being like, wait a second, there's some weirdness going on here. Yeah, Kakazi, I'm pretty sure with you identified that the spiral represents the darkness and the inverted triangle represents the board. But as we saw with the whole iconography around the board, that there is another, that the white triangle facing up is another part of their whole thing. So that could be is it the Forgotten? Not the Foraged. The person we talked to during the Foundation. The former, thank you, C222. Oh yeah, so that's why I recommend playing, is that, like, even if you just are watching a bit of this, there's still so much to unpack. Like, if it wasn't for Death Stranding, I would be describing this as, like, the biggest budget indie game I've played in a long time. And I do recommend turning off damage for this. Like, we did that, and it has drastically changed how we viewed this game, and I personally feel for the better. And Kakazi says that could be the former, but I'm not comfortable calling it yet. Me neither. I mean, I think the only thing that I'm a bit sad about is that because this is a standard AAA game, unless they decide to do more DLC content, we won't see anything for this for a while. And perhaps that's why... Perhaps that's why this game is so good. It's very much it leaves you wanting more. Just like how the Bureau has not solved every mystery, you can't know everything about the oldest house. Oh, we've got a complaint about the motel. Hey, Stu. Did you hear about Fisher? He got himself in trouble in the motel. Where the hell does anyone volunteer to stake out that place? Gives me the creeps. But hey, at least he came back, if you could call it that. I saw some of the footage they pulled out of there with him. Tom, down in evidence processing, showed me, and it's crazy stuff. Fisher had cameras pointed at himself half the time. I'm guessing he went nuts on day one. He did catch something, though. Got one of those fiber optic cameras under the door of the room he was hiding in, and recorded something out in the hall, and it looked like a shadow. Maybe human. Tom tried to get the quality up, but it's as blurry as fuck. Just reaffirms my positions. Stay the fuck out of the motel. Anyway, up for some shoom later? Lisa got up to an hour and 38 minutes yesterday. New record to beat. We got to hear the other side of that recording from the motel. So Kakazi says, oh yeah, this is the follow-up to the recording where the tape kept going. Now, did we confirm that was a bug? And that wasn't like we were meant to keep listening in the world to get some, like... Oldest house, what are you doing? Wolfred's pointing out how they, the thing with the hotline earlier, they appreciate how they introduced the hotlines in this game. A hint of a full cutscene to set the mood, and it's entirely up to the player if they want to watch it or not. I do like that. Like, don't get me wrong, I've loved the Metal Gear Solid series, but especially Metal Gear Solid 4 would have drastically benefited from a similar style of storytelling, giving us snippets at the tail and then letting us experience it at our own convenience. But they did that with the codex, so go figure. Like, I like how the full cutscene tells us lore and story, but is essentially, it's like a character is relaying to us a memory or a tale, and that they are using that story to try and warn us or direct us. The story itself is, you know, some old, long-forgotten event or some part of lore or some intent of theirs, but it's almost like the character chops up their own message to try and warn you or direct you or guide you. I love that. This game bats on so many levels. I will say, for as much shite as I tend to throw at Kojima Productions, I do think they hit a really good beat with Death Stranding when it came to cutscenes and narrative. Like, I loved how much that game just left you alone to explore the, it's totally not Iceland, it's America landscape. Alright. AWE Transit Bay. Let's go! Oh, this is bad. Oh, God. Oh, here we go.
We need to get those lights on.
Alright, time to go with some aggressive hiring. Oh no, he just died. So I need you to survive for more than 2 seconds. Darn it! Oh, fuck me sideways. Okay, got a nice bright room here. Buddy boy can't come in. And yeah, so Emu, this is by the same team that made Quantum Break. And I will admit that since playing this, I have started to pay a little bit more attention to Quantum Break. Oh, fuck me! Alright, so are we supposed to be pulling that out? And if so, where's it meant to bloody go? These little, like, respite points of reclaiming our powers. Jackie, that was an obscure reference and a half. Saying, this game is about a 14th century monk in his garden, right? Oh, pee me sideways! So I'm gonna need you to feck off. Okay. So we need to steal each of the... Alright, so we need to steal each of the power cores and bring them here. Alright. Wolfred says, about the earlier thing where the hotline flashed and showed up in the motel. I really appreciate how they introduced Oh yeah, sorry, no, we talked about that one. Sorry. Alright. Alright, that's one.
We need another power core.
Back your couch! Finally! Some useful employees. Alright, maybe not that one. Yeah, mate, I'm gonna need you to fight the unthinkable horror for me. You know, the one that spawns from the darkness of hell. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to... If you could just get right on that, that would be great. Oh, darn it, you POS! Oh, no, you can go away! Oh, god darn it! Guinea Pig Nation! I get my soul sucked out! My tiny children! Don't watch! Don't look at me! Yeah, we have ourselves a tiny nugget raid! Also, friendos, please follow Guinea Pig Nation, because yes, that is the Twitch channel of our guinea pigs, and they are feckin' cute, and you deserve them in your life, because they are tiny nuggets. Today they got to hang out in the... Oh, you can go away! Stop it! Look, a lot's happening right now. Let me get into the control room, and then I can be a proper father. Okay, let's take a moment. Let's take a breather. So, Lyrius Dragon, good morning. Watto, Fiona, thank you for bringing in our children to come hang out. Though, the Nuggets shouldn't be watching this, as I don't want them to have, like, little guinea pig nightmares. We're fighting, not necessarily an unspeakable horror from Beyond the Void, but a regular person who got infected by an abomination from Beyond the Void, and then a different abomination from a different dimension. Now he's like, stretchy hell bastard. It's great! And by great, I mean terrible. Yeah, as C222 is pointing out, like, pulling out the cores is removing my little safe spots. Does that answer your question of what's beyond the void? Right, you work for me now. Oh, pacha. See what? No, children, don't watch! Right, we'll hang out in the nice safe spot for a second. And if you haven't started following Guinea Pig Nation yet, let me be a shameless shill. This is one of the cutie patooties that you may observe on the regular. Hello, you. Well, this is one of our two foster boys.
Figured to bring the talkative nugget.
Yeah. Come on, buddy. You can do this on command. Oh, hello. Look at this little nose. Look at this little nose.
It's just looking at me like...
If I so much as look at the fridge, if I go Hapachar, he will sing the song of his people. But now he's on camera hanging out with you lot, and he's like, no, I'm shy. I'm very
he was
shy.
talkative all the way up until the door.
Yeah.
I opened the door, and he was just like, oh.
I wonder if it's the lights.
Oh? Oh?
No,
No? Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk?
Alright.
He's also grass drunk.
Oh yeah, did he just get a time in the tank?
Yup.
I saw you brought the tub into the living room. Smart thinking.
Bring it closer so the camera can make it.
Yep.
I also ordered a 50-foot cable. So we can do outside streams.
I like that idea.
Yeah. So you could do we can do patio streams and you guys can sit on the patio and get outside time. Yes. Oh,
look at that happy face.
He's like, wait. This is a trap. No, that is food. That is not food.
Thinking not food.
Thinking not food.
This is also one of the most adventurous nuggets. Oh, everyone's like, hello, Sam. Yeah, it's being cute. I was saying this yesterday, but like, guinea pigs are not like a pet I would have thought of getting, and now we have them. I regret not getting them sooner. They are just, especially if you get cuddle nuggets, they are just cute little bundles. He's so excitable. And he's living in my hair now.
No.
He wants to live in the hair! Oh. Well, this is a good timing. Like, we're fighting an unspeakable monster in a horrible, like, dark, isolated basement. So, we're having a little guinea pig break. Oh, and Fearless has got a feral cat he's been feeding that's hanging out in the yard.
No, you're talking?
What? He is having a grizzle now. Yes. You're okay. You're okay, buddy. Yeah, so Fearless is feeding a feral cat at the moment that does the whole, I want food, but don't come near me. But I want food, but don't come near me.
Oh, okay. Say, don't bite me. Say goodbye.
Okay, bye. Well, Clank's putting forward this idea that I am in fact 10 guinea pigs in a trench coat. Mathematically, I'm closer to 4 corgis in a trench coat. Well, 3, sometimes 4. What are you doing in here? It's like, what do I pay you people for? Oh, God. Ow, 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 ow. I wouldn't mind if I didn't have to look at that horrific tuchus. Okay, yeah, no, go do your bloody job! I tell you, you just can't get the staff these days. And yeah, caffeine, I have gained weight, although I seem to be stuck around a very specific weight at the moment. So... the idea that I might have hit the maximum of weight gain that I can get from just consuming junk food is a little worrying. Oh, God. No, why am I stuck on... Jesse. Jesse, why are you like this? Oh! Oh, God, it's so hideous. Alright.
Now, where's the switch?
Alright. That's horrifying. Light him up! Bye, lanky dude. He's feckin' horrific. So, he was someone sent to investigate Bright Falls. Which I believe is the location of Alan Wake. The place that Alan Wake is set in. Now, are we supposed to descend into the darkness as well? Yep. Oh, no, we're not. Okay. So where did he go? Oh, that's BS and chips. Okay, return to archive investigations. Alright, so we need to head back to... Oh yeah, so we need to head back to go talk to, you-know-who. Should be very entertaining. Alright, sorry. I lost my train of thought for multiple seconds there. Whew! Let's continue. Hey, Illyrius Dragon. Oh, he is definitely not finished, but he's gone a route that I can't follow. It seems like the oldest house dislikes that entity so much that it moves out the way of it. But yeah, so the thing I was adding was he was a researcher, well, he was an agent that went to Bright Falls to research the darkness, was taken by the darkness, but then after that was then taken by the hiss as well. Putting the poor bastard through like 2 rounds of like horrifying abomination bad times. Oh, come on, Jesse. You got... Ah, Jesse. There we go. Yeah, the oldest house is like, nope, 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 nope. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Oh, I hard agree. The Darkness is an exceptionally entertaining game. Actually, and if you go back and, especially the Darkness 2, it's still quite ham-fisted and it's like very like, you know, early 2000s, late 90s, like edgy dude character. But as a game, it's still incredibly clever.
Does the Darkness believe in a thing called love?
Why are you like this? You know that's gonna be stuck in my head now. Also, when did Aperios take the Yaldum? How did I miss that? God, I am not on the ball today. So Vanderbeest, feck you, that's stuck in my head now. But now we get to talk to Langston some more, who is simultaneously the most obnoxious and best character in this game. Sorry, my apologies. Kakazi is right. The horrible, lanky, hellbeast monster was a doctor who was studying the darkness, who was consumed by it, who then was brought here to the oldest house to be studied, who then got possessed by the hiss as well, turning into a super bastard beast.
Director, ma'am, great timing. Hartman just came through here. God, he was hideous. He tore the security door into the Bright Falls AWE site wide open. He was so ugly, like... Wow, I got a good look at him, and Christ, he does not look like he used to. The hiss must have messed him up or something. He looks like a bar rag that's been twisted by the world's strongest man, or a monster from some 80s horror movie. You know, back when it was all practical effects? Ugh, nasty.
Real
Did you say something?
Winston.
Remember, I can't hear you. Never mind, just go after Hartman. Oh, so disgusting.
Okay, so we're not go- so he's not going to give us his full level of ramblings. I think that's a good way of putting it. C Trooper 2 is saying Langston's kind of channeling Saul from Warehouse 13. And Adam, I might be good at waffling on, but Langston is a master. I can't. Even I, with my over-talking powers, cannot step to that level. Alright, so as we're hitting the 3-hour mark, and as I've had several coffees and some water, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break before we start leaping into varying boss fights and whatnot. Plus, I can put some chipper tunes on. There we go. There we go. So I'll be back with you in a couple minutes, and then I have a feeling we're about to get to the boss bit. If it turns out that we manage to beat this, and we have plenty of time before Fiona's leaping into Resident Evil 7, then we'll just hang out and natter. We can talk about Control, we can talk about video games. We were talking about the Thief series early on, and I'm super down to go back to chat on that. Basically, I'm being the warm-up act for Fiona's main stage reboot of Bigfoot and the Hendersons. But the Bigfoot is also one of the Hendersons, and he eats people with a chainsaw. Oh, and Kakazi, yeah, Langston's VA work is so good. It's so well written and so well performed. Anyway, I'm busting for the loo. So don't go anywhere, and then we'll keep going with this.
Shining
Apologies for the wait, dear friends. Apologies. Oh, and Lost Flowers. Like, I mean, if you can't make it till this evening, I will make sure Fiona keeps VODs of everything, so you'll be able to have a post-chortle. Where did I put it? Also, whilst peeps are coming back from breaks and whatnot.
This is what happens when we don't communicate.
We have too many fucking...
Too many toothpicks.
We have 2,000 toothpicks! Sorry. I said I needed to pick up some toothpicks for making Gundam stuff, and Fiona was like, I'll handle it, and I drunkenly forgot she said that. So we now have thousands of toothpicks and thousands of Q-tips in the house. Got all of these mother hubbards. Okay, so the thing I was going to mention is, now I don't have a date for it yet, but later on in the year, probably June, July-ish, I'm looking to do a charity drive. I want to do a day raising money for cancer research. My sister works at Cancer Research UK and is genuinely dedicating their life to stopping something that's affected us all in some ways. And I want to help out, you know? It's a cause I very, very believe in. And I don't want to go into the reasons because we're having a happy day. But I've been trying to think of what we could do as a charity drive. Like, not just Will plays the same thing he always plays, but with a Bean Boozle. I wanted to do something that was... how to phrase it? Properly torturous. And so I was racking my brain. And I contemplated doing something like Jump King, which has been very popular. I've already finished getting over it with Bennett Foddy. And actually, that's a good game if you finish it. So I'm like... build some nugget-sized log cabins. Yes! That's a great idea. All right, I know what we're doing with the toothpicks. Prune's getting a log cabin. Fiona has said that this is an ill-advised idea, but negotiations are ongoing. She didn't say that. She said you're not building a log cabin out of toothpicks. So I've been trying to think of what I could do that would be sufficient as to be worth asking you all for donation type stuff. I have a very particular mentality when it comes to doing charity streams that, like, if I'm not prepared to do something worth your time, then I can't well ask you to put in for a cause. Do you know what I mean? And especially considering as you lot keep us alive on the regular. So... here's what we're going to do. Hang on, let me go to full screen for this one. I just got a cartridge of the original Turtles game on the NES. Now, to anyone, I guess, over the age of 25 will understand the pain and agony that this game can inflict upon a human being. It's like, oh, no. Yup. And we'll do cash for credits on this one. I have to keep playing this for as long as you lot keep me playing this. And I'm sure we'll come up with some some lovely ideas. Kakazi's like, you are doomed, it was lovely knowing you. Fearless, sorry, I didn't mean to send you on a time travel trip there, but yep. Lord Lost says you will finish that game twice. Camille says, Will, you must have time stops. I mean, Camille, you've a very sensible head on your shoulders, and I will definitely ask your advice before setting this up, because I'm going to try not to die through a combination of, like, caffeine, sleep deprivation, and, like, burst blood vessels from frustration. But I feel like I feel like this is sufficient to prove my worth. And I'm not saying that all charity drives have to be an agonizing, pain-inflicting go. I don't know. a regular person would do like a marathon run or, you know, some other feat of physical activity, and I wanted to pick something that was equivocal, you know? Yeah, Fearless, I'm not looking forward to the damn section. I'm not looking forward to it at all. One thing that I was considering to add as a modifier to that is allowing you lot through some donational means to choose which character I'm playing as, which I know that doesn't sound like a big deal, but Donatello is drastically overpowered in that game. Drastically overpowered. He gets the longest stick for the longest Pokepokes. So, you know, being a grown-up, I know that if I wanted to actually clear the game, you just do an all Donatello run, maybe use, like, I think it's Leo for, like, the platforming sections and stuff like that. But then, if you lot were in charge of who I get to play as, well then. Camille says, nothing says you can't do multiple days, but you gotta take a break at different points. Well, I promise I won't kill myself doing it. Like, I'm fully in belief of the undeath clause. But yeah, that's something I'm looking towards. I'm gonna work with Tal and the mod team to set like a really good date ahead of time. But I don't know. This is something that I really want to do. This isn't an attempt to get famous via charity or anything like that. And I've been thinking about this for years because I'm already in a position where you lot are doing so much for us. I didn't want anything to come across as insincere, you know? Lost Flower says, you're getting stuck with Ralph. Probably. I mean, he's my favourite turtle, but I also admit that he is not the best. That's okay. Jackie says, you're setting up a re-death clause. Enough money donated means I get to have the sweet embrace of death. Nope. And yeah, that's a good point. Like, I know Carrie well enough that I could blepet her and... But their whole thing is they have, like, teams and shifts. Anyway, that's something I'm planning on. We don't have a date yet, but I saw the cartridge, a functioning cartridge was available online for like $7. And I felt that by picking up the cartridge, I was committing to doing the thing. I can't just faff now. You know, I've told you lot, the cartridge is here. I'm committed. Anyway, speaking of committed, I have a feeling we're getting towards the boss fight that I've been warned about. That supposedly, even with all the powers of the Bureau and immortality, the boss fight in this game is a challenge and a half. Yeah, and Fearless, like, the initial, I think, is going to be interesting to deconstruct, you know, the good-bad of Turtles, because... Sorry, as Fearless was saying, like, as kids, we didn't know. There wasn't the same deconstruction of games that there is now. Tull says, talking to Committed, do you remember last night? Oh, yeah. This is, Tull, this is how much I got done on the little robot friend. He has feeties, he has a backpack, he just needs missile launchers and a sniper rifle, and he is done. And I am proud to say that I did not buy a $900 crab chair after finding out that you can acquire a $900 crab chair. Fiona has expressly forbidden it. Even the crab the size of a sofa has been banned. And I understand that. No, Toll, I managed to resist. As tempting as it was, I managed to resist. Oh, and Caffeine, I was just telling people about the NES Turtles charity drive. Terrari is saying, show us the crab chair. God. Alright. Just before we get going, I will show you the crab chair because it is a special flavor of nonsense. Okay, so there's the Okay, no, there's the giant crab. Where's the crab chair? Oh, here we go. Because someone was showing this on Home Depot, but we don't shop at Home Depot anymore. So, all right, main screen online. Look at its glory. Look at its majesty. Look at a $910 crab chair. It's a chair that's also a crab. Yeah, this is a thing. This is a thing that you can acquire. Like, this isn't theoretical. Also, I want to show you. This is the crab the size of a sofa. The Colossal Crab King statue. That's a human for scale. Square peg. No, please don't order that for us. We have nowhere to put it. It would go to waste. I like that this is a thing that exists in this world. Tamara says, with your painting experience, could you papier-mâché one? God, I hadn't thought of that. That's entirely possible. Anyway, I managed to resist acquisition of gigantic crabs, mainly because of cash. Also, $900 is a stupidly large amount of money and would feed us for so much. Oh, Baker's like, quick, there's only 4 in stock. Okay, hang on. Sadlin, I see Shark Attack. I see Shark Attack in that URL. Why would you do this to me? I was just about to stop. Alright, I've got to look. No! No! This is bad! Okay, I'll show you what Sadlin just posted. It's a semi-realistic shark loo paper holder. Look at this thing! It's a fucking nightmare! No! I'd be hungover and forget it was there, reach for it. And I mean, if there's a time and a place to panic poo yourself, it's whilst you're already on the toilet. But still, no! Why are you like this? I like my horrors. I like my horror like I like my coffee. Contained within the oldest house. Oh god, no! No, we... Oh, sorry, Torio Muse was talking about... there's a Junji Ito work called... is it Goyo? Or Gaio? About... undead fish with legs. Coming up out of the sea and just wreaking havoc on Japan. Tal says, good to know you're getting a mystery package. Oh yes, I've been told there's something waiting at the...
I've written, rewritten. The darkness wants to hide the past to make me lose my way. I trust what I read on these pages. I wrote them for a reason. Cut through the reality, tear it apart, and rewrite it. They are drawn to the mystery.
Was that a hotline call? It was. Alright, plot! Alright, here we go.
I've written and rewritten. Deconstructed, reconstructed.
Camille, hold that thought.
Experimented with different voices. Changed the style, changed myself. Forgotten the language, relearned the language. Have I been here before? Gone down this path before? The darkness wants to hide the past to make me lose my way. You must know where you've been to know where you're going. I trust what I read on these pages. I wrote them for a reason. My notes to myself. The only way to make progress, recap, then write more. The style then. Lose the fat. Make it clear. Ugly. Functional. Present, be blunt. Only the brutal truth. Cut through the reality, tear it apart, rewrite it. Be clever, make them do the work, form the image in their minds, they make it, you just imply. Incept. They're drawn to the mystery, obsessed. You set it up, they put it together. Their interpretation, and there's only one because you give them no choice. And they believe in it. Because it's theirs now.
Okay, so Camille was saying that one time you tried to introduce me... Oh, it's the bartender I already knew. That was very entertaining. And I do remember the Sharktopus movie. Well, I think I hid behind a pillow at the point where the Sharktopus came out and then fell asleep. I also think I was promptly sick outside the bushes when we went to get a cab to go back. Which is very entertaining. Oh, God. I won't go through all of Fearless's Dwarf Fortress story, but the fact that you can get zombie sharks in Dwarf Fortress feels like a personal feck you. I was considering doing some playthrough stuff on Sniper Elite Zombie Army 4. Because Fiona doesn't like zombies and I don't like sharks, and it is a game about zombies with a giant like zombie megalodon that attacks. However, it's very aggressive with its DLC, and I'd have to wait until like a grand old sale before getting right into it. Oh, good.
Let's go take care of it.
Oh, goody. Oh, good. Alright, well, let's clean out the gunk, I guess. This is going to end badly.
My new lighting show.
To what?
My new lighting show.
Oh, how do you fancy? Children. Alright, where's that bastard? Come here! Come here! I see you! You work for me now! You work for me now. Except for there's nobody else to kill. Darn it! Alright, well, you just, I don't know, stay here and think about what you've done. Later! Clank's like, remember when paid DLC was controversial? It's another one of those where, with a large proportion of those business models, they aren't inherently good or evil, but there's usually one studio that takes it that little bit too far. We talked about this the other day with like the whole concept of paid mods, and how if Bethesda hadn't cocked it up sideways, who knows? And I don't know why we should be surprised by the same people that sold horse armor. Yeah.
Thank you for meeting with us again, Dr. Harmon.
It's my pleasure, gentlemen. I hope the information I provided thus far has been of some small use.
It's been invaluable, Doctor. Really, we have a much clearer picture of this event, thanks to your accounts.
Well, I do consider myself a keen observer of...
We did have one question, though. You mentioned in an earlier conversation that your patients displayed, and I'm paraphrasing here, unnatural abilities that you in fact encouraged during their time in your lodge. It'd be very helpful if you could fill us in on the details there.
Of course. Like yourselves, I work to understand and even bend the rules of our earthly paradigm. My patient's well-being was paramount, of course, but I would hardly be a man of science if I did not reach out at the underlying truth. As I stated in my written proposal, I believe working alongside your organization could be greatly beneficial to both parties. Sharing notes, as they say.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all we need to hear. Remy?
Dr. Emil Hartman, you have been found in breach of codes 4, 8, and 74 of the Federal Bureau of Control Criminal Offense System.
What? You can't do this. I am a well-connected man. You're making a...
You are not that well
My
connected.
friend will be detained until further notice, and all personal property will be confiscated, including the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
That's preposterous. You can't just seize my property. I'm a United States citizen. I have rights.
Lol.
That lodge is my life's work. I'm offering you years of research.
Get him out of here.
You're making a mistake. You have to listen to me. You have to listen.
Well, we all know how that song and dance ended. Alright. Come on, light friend. We've got shit to do. Ooh. I still don't remember what happened with the cowboy paintings. Ah, feck a duck. Don't you jump scare me. Don't you do this.
I've forgotten again. I had a plan. I know it. I've forgotten.
Aw, don't be so hard on yourself, Alan, buddy. We got this.
He's coming. I've got to get out of here. Dive deeper.
Alan, no. Okay, Lyrius Dragon, thank you kindly for the lurkins. Sincerely appreciated. To Mary, we're not sure exactly why a spiral, but the spiral seems to symbolize...
Whatever is going on with Wake, he clearly needs some help.
Yeah, no heck. The spirals come to, at least as we understand it, symbolize the darkness, the entity that is the darkness. Yeah. Uzumaki. Okay, so for this puzzle, however it works, we flip between the doors. Oh, that's bad. And we're gonna need a light switch. Oh, there we go. Ha-ha! Though, I'll level with you, friends. I wouldn't sleep on that bed. Like, honestly, sheets needs changing and then burning after that. Control Weeb DLC. Anime is real. Ooh! Okay. We're gonna get another video? No, we're just gonna have to turn it around. And once more for the cheap seats. Interesting. The light doesn't shine outside of this room. I mean, this place is entirely outside of our understanding of, you know, physics and everything, so... God, even the window is essentially like a... So, okay, the Ocean View Motel and Casino does physically exist. It is a place in Washington. But when you come to it through the light switches, you cannot leave it. So, it's like it simultaneously is and is not of our dimension. In one of the earlier sections, we get Whilst we're in here, we can hear people knocking on the door trying to get a reservation. Let's just turn that. Let's see if we can turn the light on. There we go. Oh, get out of here, you ugly blob. Okay. So we've purged all that nonsense from the rooms. Ah, yes, and there's the key.
Going mad. Wake had to escape, right? His escape. Wake needed a hero. A hero needed a crisis. For the part in the story about the government agency, Wake needed something special. Something to convey an alien force mimicking human intelligence.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wake. Let me just stop you there. I understand that you're in trouble. I really do. It kind of sounds like you're inventing a super creature for us to fight that's going to, let me check my notes here, fuck up my day. Just write yourself a bloody slide. And then Alan Wake found a kid's fun slide that slid him all the way to safety and landed him in a Dairy Queen where he ate ice cream happily. The fucking end. It's not hard. You can rewrite reality. Give yourself a fucking bouncy castle. Sorry. I was having a moment there. Bloody Alan. Oh, so Fearless, are you contemplating the idea that that Alan has written the Bureau of Control into existence? Because I won't lie, that is rather fascinating. I mean, we talked about this at great length, but it does warrant saying that one of the things I do love about Control is there are swaths of it that are free to interpretation. There are huge chunks of this game which are never truly explained, and we as the player, you know, get to decide how we interpret it, and I really like that. All right, so the Hartman interrogation. Oh, we've got another hotline. Wake writes a beginning. And then Alan Wake found a big gun that made the darkness go dead. And Alan Wake was like, out of my way, baddies. And he shot the darkness. And the darkness was like, oh no, you have shot me, Alan Wake, with a gun that can kill me. I am defeated. And Alan Wake went home. He had a chicken pot pie with some mashed potatoes. The fucking end. Sorry, still having a moment here.
The story needed many beginnings, many springs, streams that turned into a river, a flood, and then an ocean. This was one. Wake used the materials he had, the connections he had, the people, the places. Wake put them in to make it true. His wife, the psychiatrist, his city. These connections, like magnets, move things. Alice was a conduit. She'd been in the dark place. The thing that had been Hartman sensed her near, sensed Wake through her. Went berserk, broke loose. Wake made sure Alice was already gone by then. Safe. The more springs, the more the story became real. The more people believed. Cause and effect. It was extremely delicate and hard work. It had to go through the path of least resistance where success was most likely. Where there was a connection already. Wake felt the pressure grow in his head. Going mad. Wake had to escape. Right. His escape. He was already out. He wanted to make it true. Wake needed a hero. A hero needed a crisis. For the part in the story about the government agency, Wake needed something special. Something to convey an alien force mimicking human intelligence. Something that can't be translated. Translated. Wake channeled Burroughs and Bowie. He cut up sentences and words. Orange peel. You are home. Insane. He put them in a shoebox. He pulled out the words. Wake created a Dadaist poem. I'd try anything once. Or had he tried this before?
Interesting. Yeah, this is what happens when you go too deep into the wiki hole, friends. Though one of the things that's interesting about the way the Federal Bureau of Control handles things is that it's very pragmatic. And if Wake wrote them into existence, then he also wrote an extensive history for them. He's essentially crafted everything through into the oldest house. And it almost doesn't matter that it was Wake who crafted it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Lost Flowers, he created the Hiss speech, essentially. Possibly. Did Alan create the Hiss? Did they come from... Did the dimension they came from? Did all of Jesse's experiences? This is where it kind of gets fascinating. Yeah, about how Pope would react if the Hiss speech that particular individual style of poetry from a shoebox. A deist. Yeah, it's a deist poem, right? It's one of those ones where if I look at the word, I can't say it out loud. I have to just not think about it and just say it. A deist? Oh, yeah, anyway, you know what I mean. So Moose says, I greatly doubt that he wrote Jesse or the Bureau into existence. There's too many unexplained elements to both. I mean, quite possibly. Now, it does seem like the last floor of the Bureau was written into existence, or possibly. The idea that there was this whole hidden floor that we never saw the whole way through, until Alan shows up and is like, Alan! Oh, sorry. Go a little bit closer. Ooh. But the thing is, the theory of Alan Wake writing this whole thing isn't completely without merit. And I love this. I love the idea in a game where we can all sit down around afterwards and discuss it and theorize it. It's something that I've been thinking about more and more, and I probably bored most of you already talking about this, but the one problem that games have as a medium is that they have a victory state. There is a win. There is an end. You know, a flag goes from 0 to 1. Congratulations. You know, a winner is you. And so it's very difficult to leave a story up to interpretation when you have to say a winner is you. And there aren't many games that allow us to have full interpretation of large swaths. The last one that I felt I really got to have a full interpretive fun time with was actually Hollow Knight. Having filled it out, working out who everyone was and how they all interwove. Oh, seeing you, Matcoon. Have a lovely rest of your evening. And again, thank you so much for bringing your crew in. But also, feel free to poke at me on Discord about the bear guys, because I am notorious for forgetting stuff. It's also an excuse to be like, feckin' yo. I don't get to raid into you because of time zone stuff, so I appreciate it, yo. I appreciate it. C222 was saying, many games that have ambiguous endings get upset gamers complaining on Twitter. Twitter is a mistake. Well, it's also why I get I'm very against the going into the files to decipher information. With the success of FromSoft's more experimental games like Bloodborne and things like that, the desire to know everything, the desire to decipher everything, that there is a correct answer if just you look. I don't disagree with that mentality, but Bloodborne is incredible for how much it treats you, the player, with respect and leaves large swaths up to you to understand. I mean, a lot of the time we do have a real problem when it comes to games of which is the canonical ending. And it's interesting. Alright. Let's go see if we can save Mr. Alan Wake! And I understand that I'm also coming from a tilted beret arty-farty perspective that I want there to be games that I can discuss with you. I want there to be games where we can sit around a pub table and discuss the theories which we feel. Yeah, as Moose says, how often have we seen devs, people go into files and try and guess what X, Y, and Z meant from the source code or from like file names or what have you, for the devs to be like, yeah, nah, we just forgot to take that out. Now, I can't go into the details, but a great example was I was watching a video that C222 recommended about Alien Isolation, and they found references to Alien Year Zero. And the thing is, the things that they tried to extrapolate from those files hidden within the game, well, not even hidden. They're not Easter eggs. They're like, you know, they're pieces of the wall plastered over to build the rest of the title. And their extrapolation of what that name meant was so very, very wrong. Like, I can't go into details, but god darn it, they were wrong. And in some cases like this, like, I can't tell you. Bright Falls, AWE. Well, this place is dark as shit. And we've got... Alright, what have we got? We've got notes. I'll check it. Yeah, well, I need to find the lights.
Another replica. Like the one they made for Ordinary. I wonder what happened here.
Oh, God. Yeah, you look at... there's Hartman just hiding out there. Alright. Is this the elevator down? Alright, I think we're going to have to explore this area once we can get the lights on. Oh, okay. Sorry, jumping back into chat because I want to natter on this one before we start doing bastard boss fight. Jafar James says, as of right now, Resident Evil Village has already got some theories going on around it. Okay. Wolfrad is saying that going back to Invisible War, one of the more interesting things the game did was take the multiple endings of the original Deus Ex and combine them in a way to make them all valid. Yes, I did think that that was very, very interesting. It's one of the things that the Metro series kind of had to contend with, was that it let you have a good ending and a bad ending, but the good ending was the only one that was canonical. So if you got the bad ending and then played the sequel, it was like, wait, what, hang on? And okay, I could wax lyrical about the like, I could wax lyrical about the Metro series until I'm blue in the face. Because there are a lot of fascinating parts of that. Oh no, don't give me case file. Ah, oh, darn it. Sorry, I accidentally picked up a case file about the... Alright. Unconfirmed threshold manifestations occurred at Cauldron Lake, Washington. The citizens of Bright Falls had gathered at the town's southwest fields for the annual festival known as Deer Fest. Eyewitnesses all claimed that the day had been sunny, confirmed with reviews of the area's weather reports, but then, with no warning, thunderstorm appears in the direction of the Anderson farm, and a tornado rose up from Cauldron Lake. The torrential rain that followed caused a flash flood. It was as if the day had turned to night, was a testimony from Frank Breaker, the sheriff of Bright Falls, formerly a bureau agent, see employee file, managed to guide the crowd to safety as the festival grounds were destroyed by the flood. The festival was cancelled, obviously, ending it one day early. Lack of bureau presence at the scene makes this event difficult to report as a confirmed AWE, though the similarity to other known events in Bright Falls lends credence to the accounts of the townspeople. Alright, I'm going to try not to pick up any more law stuff. Yeah, can't touch me while I'm in the light, dingus. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, Dangly?
I'm hungry with darkness.
What you gonna do? Can't touch me while I'm in the light. You just gonna? Are you gonna whinge? You gonna have a whinge over there? Alright, let me see if there's any other power stuff I've missed. Oh, here we go. Ladon! Both! Oh, is it fight time?
Oh, Langston was right. You are pretty rough on the eyes, Doctor.
Okay, ow. Oh, fuck you! Oh yeah, and Phyllis, I did... Ah, piss off! Alright, hold that thought. I want to hear all your thoughts and theories, friends, and... Piss you fucking up. Alright, come here so I can... Alright, maybe not that close. Too close! Damn, that's an ugly baby. I guess the hiss is keeping them together now? Heck! Alright, come on, you bastard. God, you're hideous. Ow. Nani the fuck? Okay, so he has the shadow of darkness. Ah, employees! Lovely! Did HR send you over? Splendid! You work for me now. There you go, children. If you can handle that for me, that'd be lovely. Don't like that, you great big bastard. Alright, that's up. Okay. Just need to get that one more power core in. Ladon, ladon, ladon! Alright, light him up, kids. Oh. Come back here, you bastard! Ah. you. Absolute Chumbawamba chugging butt stain. And again, employees. Andy. You work for me now! I bought friends, you big bastard! What do you got? Gangly ass knees! Oh, Exo, Watto, I'll be with you shortly. I'm just handling an HR problem of sorts. Explosion! No, I'm sorry. I said explosion. Oh, why you like this? Thank you, you work for me now! Welcome to the Bureau! The health package is limited, but great. Now look here, you Nurgle-looking Mother Hubbards. I've got friends. You have elongated nonsense. The guards aren't doing so hot. Snorp and true chief directors are master delegators. Exactly. I'm not sending these people off to... Oh, fuck. Look, we just have a very good hiring policy. Oh, darn it. I killed the new hires. Yo, is Hardman recovering during the darkness? Die already! Oh, don't touch me, don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Yes! Get in the bin, you gangly bastard!
Hartman won't be a problem anymore.
Woo!
But investigations need someone to run it. Interested?
I've seen what happens to sector heads, ma'am. No, thank you.
Langston, the smartest person in the Bureau.
I'm getting something on my terminal here, an AWE alert from Bright Falls, Washington. But it might be a glitch. The date's all wrong, a couple of years in the future. And we're in lockdown. There shouldn't be any incoming signals.
Maybe it was active before we went into lockdown? Are there agents on site?
Let me check. Agent Estevez is the field agent in charge of monitoring the site, so she should be there to let us know if the situation has been through any major changes recently.
Things set in motion. If the alarm's true, then so is the reason for the alarm. The effect must follow the cause. It's happening again. A return.
Ooh. Ooh. Feckin' yo. Alright. However you choose to read that, I think that is definitely the setup for Alan Wake 2. And curiously, there's nothing that we'd be able to do about it whilst in lockdown. So let's have a look at some of the files and stuff here. Because there's definitely more stuff to unpack. Alan Wake 2, Wake Harder. Alan Wake 2, Electric Alan Boogaloo. Alright, we got a lot of files to read, so buckle up, buttercups. Okay, Wake Evidence. Oh, we got an achievement called The Third Thing. Goody. Alan Wake 2, Wake to Sleep. Too fast, too nap time. No, that was terrible, I'm sorry. Okay, so a photograph of Alan Wake captured by Alice Wake during their an event in their home. Alice Wake, former wife of, has recently been visited at night by her ex-husband, or an entity resembling him. Being a professional photographer, Mrs. Wake positioned cameras with motion sensors around the corridor he appeared in and managed to capture an image of Mr. Wake on film. During an interview with Mrs. Wake, she mentioned her favorite camera, was lost during the 2010 during an AWE. No match has been found amongst the confiscated items from that AWE, but it has been filed as a potential altered item and research staff has begun. Okay. Asano says this is starting to sound like a Kingdom Hearts game. Alan Wake 3, Fight by Sleep Writing. Sage Bell, Watto. You're right. We've just taken control of the situation. Yeah! Sorry, that was terrible. Shagged my voice. Okay, so, how are you all doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? We had a bunch of you just trundle on in. We just finished the Alan Wake DLC for Control. Watto. Oh yeah, and as Fearless was saying, so the sheriff from Alan Wake is an ex-bureau agent. So that explains why they were cool as a cucumber when weird shit was going down. So Steel, I know you were, you'd interviewed for a bunch of different jobs, so I don't know which one. Alan Wake 2, hit the snooze. Too Wake, too furious. Also, Snorpin, how are you doing today? Watto and welcome. Oh, wait, what did we pick up on our loadout? Did they give us some cool little personal mod? No, they gave us trash. To Alan, to Wake. I mean, it's better than Thieforum. Alright, the Wake photograph. So, oh god! Yeah. Get up to get a glass of water in the middle of the night and you see that? Nah, I'm good. I am good. Okay. But yeah, that's definitely... Yeah, that is definitely the setup to Alan Wake 2. We could do Langston's Runaways, because we've got a bit of time before Fiona's leaping on. Once we're done unpacking all the lore from this. Oh, here we go. More stuff.
These are the notes of Dr. Emil Hartman. I am continuing my work alone again since certain parties were too blind to recognize a golden opportunity. Despite my generous offers, the conversations came to naught. Some people simply do not value collaboration as I do. Though I believe now that it was for the best. The sort of old pioneering work that I am undertaking cannot thrive under the shackles of bureaucracy and regulation. I have a history of seeking such partnerships. There was a time when I had hoped Alan Wake and I could collaborate. Together we could have produced art such that the world has never seen. But Wake was stubborn, egotistical. Writers usually are. Disappointing nonetheless. But now, like Tom before him, Wake has disappeared into Cauldron Lake. And this is where my work turns hypothetical. Since he was lost to the lake, Thomas Zane has been observed by various townspeople.
Listen to your friend Thomas Zane.
It to me that the individuals within the lake are not entirely gone. I anticipate Wake will similarly return one day. While I may harbor some resentment for the man, his raw talent and determination are undeniable. From this, I have concluded that the lake and the dark place within it are not as removed from this world as I previously thought. Given my acute awareness of what awaits within, my meticulous preparations, and my considerable education, I believe myself much more prepared than either Tom or Wade. I should be able to cross into that dark realm with the chance to return as they have. All that remains is the dive itself. It frightens me, I admit, but such is the burden of the truth seeker. I will take my plunge into the dark tomorrow, with only the light of knowledge to guide me. It is time for a breakthrough. Until I return.
You sanctimonious bellend. So, friends.
This must be where they studied Hartman.
Yup.
Kinda looks like Dylan's cell. I wonder if they treated him as badly.
Yeah, so this whole setup, this like faux Bright Falls as they were building it, was for the Hartman containment, which they had him in here. And as we know, when Alice Wake was brought into the... Are you fucking kidding me? Sorry, bear with me a second. Sorry about this. This is just so rude. I'm trying to read some bloody papers here. Discuss some theories. Sorry about this. The hiss are just so rude. It's alright, those kids can handle it. Well, maybe I'll help out a little bit. Oh my life! So rude! Oh, bleed Nora! That's just rude. Okay, so you kids are on guard detail. Keep this place covered where I read documents like a grown-up. God, I'm so sorry. But yeah, sorry, it made me chortle. Hartman's sanctimony is like, well, everyone else is stupid and I'm a genius. Now, to dive into that eldritch abomination headfirst by myself, because fuck, I guess. Like, oh, bleed Nora. Well, so Steel, while I'm sorry you're not going to be having, like, income from a day job operation, but now's the time to start work on, like, second production. So, so now is the time to, like, prototype and spec. Oh, and C Trooper Sue was saying, sorry, was in the car, but I believe some obvious Alan Wake sequel titles were missed. Alan Wake, Alan with 2 L's as 2 Roman numerals, of course. Alan Wake with the 3 and Alan Wake with the 4. Yeah. Nice. Oh, yeah, because after Alan Wake 2, it's just Wake. Fucking yo. Okay, so, here we go. On the day of the flooding, the rock band Old Gods of Asgard were rehearsing in the field outside the Anderson farm, the homestead of the band members of Odin and Thor Anderson. Both admitted to being in a heavy state of inebriation at the time, having spent the days drinking their homebrewed moonshine while celebrating Deerfest. After the townspeople were evacuated from the flooded field, Sheriff Breaker was asked by Freya Anderson, daughter of Thor, to check on the father and uncle. Breaker drove to the Anderson farm and found the band members alive but in need of medical aid. Thor Anderson had been struck by lightning and Odin had cut out his own right eye. And I like the need to say that in brackets, possible reference to Norse deities where and where. We know who the fuck the deities are. Wait, no, unless. Why would the Bureau need to censor those names unless? Fucking hell, it's Ati all over again. Oh, Moose, no, you see, the I am a Wake. That's the tagline for Alan Wake 3. I am a Wake. God, yeah, it's C222. It's all Loki all the way down. They claimed they fought and valiantly defeated a dark army of scratching hag rising from Cauldron Lake. God, I forgot about that bit in Alan Wake. Fucking yo. Alright, we need to replay that soon. While impossible to verify, these events are relevant to the reoccurring AWE at Bright Falls and Cauldron Lake. Odin and Thor have been listed as persons of interest. Actually, Lost Flowers, that's not a bad way of looking at it. It might just be that... because you're not allowed to bring iconography into the oldest house, lest it become an object of power. Alan Wake 8, gonna stay up late. Fuck. Oh god. In a universe where instead of Call of Duty sequels, we got Alan Wake sequels. Alright, I'm pretty sure there were some other notes around here. Oh no, they were up in the control room, weren't they? No, what's that up there? Oh, I guess these were just little, like, nooks and crannies. C222 says they still want someone to intercut this expansion in Alan Wake. That would be a really good way of doing it, is, like, as an Alan Wake refresher. As an Alan Wake refresher, is all the references here to the events as they go down in Alan Wake. Because the thing was, and I know we've talked about this a lot, that I have in the past been very dismissive of Alan Wake as a game. And I say this as someone who played it and enjoyed it, but more the fact that... Piss up. More the fact that Alan Wake narratively treads almost exactly the same beats as... Twin Peaks. Jesus, Jiminy, that... Friends, if you heard like a strange dial-up modem sound there, that was my brain trying to remember fucking Twin Peaks. Anyway, I remember dismissing a lot of Alan Wake's narrative because of that. And the thing is, I wonder how much Control has been able to infer upon it to make it more fleshed out, or how much of it I missed. Because, like, I played through it, but sometimes playing through a game isn't the same as knowing it, you know what I mean? So we got some files, some notes. Hey, look at me. It's my impression of Fiona. Oh, wow. They glued the cans together. Bastards. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing. Toria Meows is saying that in Poundland, there's an off-brand Toblerone called Twin Peaks. Yes! Get it! Even if it's terrible, that's a great story. Yeah, now I'm caught up on the official UK happenings. And here we have Bright Falls, Washington. Don't touch! I don't think I was supposed to do that. Wait, I'm the fucking director! I do what I want! Yeah. Bright Falls Deer Fest. Shit, I really want to start playing Alan Wake now. Now, it's worth saying that Alan Wake is very much, at least in terms of its combat system, is very much a product of its time. It's a post-Resident Evil 4 third-person horror-ish game, but with some surrealist elements that get really interesting. Kakazi says, did you find a record correspondence titled Keystone Inspection? All right, let me read the Alice Wake interview, and then we'll go into the files and see if we find that one. Adam says, spooky week sometime? Well, Adam, I try to space out spooky games so that people that don't like getting the crap scared out of them on the regular don't have to, like, miss a whole week of hanging out. We're going to start doing Subnautica, and that's going to shit me up sideways. But then again, I've played through Alan Wake, and so there's probably a couple of jump scares I've forgotten, but I know how the story unfurls. So it wouldn't necessarily fall under spooky, scary skeletons for myself. Okay, so after reaching out to the Bureau, Alice Wake was brought into the oldest house for an interview on 2017. See file for full transcript. Right, so the interview conducted by agents Saha and Dempsey revealed that Mrs. Wake had recurring nightly visitations from her missing ex-husband in her New York apartment address. Mr. Wake, and, quote, appears out of nowhere, rushes at her down the corridor. According to her impressions, he appears crazy and horrifying, clearly coming at her with violent intent. Miss Wake believes that he is haunting her, insisting that he is not Alan, but a fucking monster in his body. Charming. Although we did see the two Allans in the strange place in the strange, like, darkness hotel room. Mrs. Wake has not been sleeping out of fear of her visits. Her attempts to keep the lights on throughout the night result in relevant hallways bulb breaking every night, possibly indicating the involvement of the Oh, and Chrono, Watto. Further investigations are required. We propose installing monitoring equipment in the apartment, copies of supply requests, yada yada yada, administration for approval. Alright, so correspondence. Now you said Keystone Inspection. Do you know which area that was? Alright, so registration. Alright, non-official. Quarry. Dead letters. No, so we haven't had that one. Where is it, and how do I find it? Kakazi was saying that we need to check that particular one out. I mean, it might be the one that's just over here. Oh, no, this is just a, we need more personnel.
Director Faden here. Dispatch a ranger to this location.
Let's do this!
I literally need you for no reason, but it entertains me that I can summon you here. Go bring me coffee! But yeah, so basically, Alan's using what powers he has with his writing and otherwise as a way to essentially summon the Bureau to him to help him out. Clank's like, reminder, never be Will's turn. Well, I tell you what, as long as I don't have a magical gun that bestows powers upon me, you'll be fine. Okay. Correspondence, non-official, Keystone inspection. On the floor of the ground level of the stairwell on the right-hand side of the sector head office. Sector head. Sector head. Oh, okay. Sector head office. Well, if I go down here, I can just take the feckin' fast travel. Ark the Conclave says, so this DLC was Alan Wake's distress beacon. Essentially? Like, Alan's using what powers he has to reach outside of. And I guess the fact that the darkness was present in this area might have given him a bit more ability. Alright. So Kakazi says the DLC points to more than that, but that's the primary message. Hey, then let's chat about this. Like, friends, Fiona's not going live for at least another half an hour or so, and I promised I'd join her. Plus, I'm not ready to be done talking about this game. There's so much here to this. I want to hear your thoughts, your theories, you know? Okay, so... Sector head office. There we go. Okay, right-hand side. Stairwell. Sector head office. Alright. Let's find this. Alright. Oh, could you fecking not? I'm so sorry, that caught me right off guard. Oh, good work, intern. Sir. Sir. Taste my Hadouken! Politely taste my Hadouken! Okay, so stairs in, right-hand side. Alright. Aha! Alright, let's have a look at this one. Alright, Keystone inspection. Alright. Oh, so Kakazi says the part of the reason I'd like to find the Keystone correspondence is it talks about the Blessed Organization. The Blessed Organization are basically like para-utilitarian super criminals trying to create AWEs, harness them, or objects of power, and do crimes with them, I guess. Okay, so Mr. Kirkland, we stopped at Keystone on our way to the target TWE, the target AWE, like you asked. I'm sending my report directly to you to try and keep a lid on this whole Grumman Morales desertion issue. We didn't find any sign of them here. Given their records, it's possible they've switched teams like you suspected, but I don't think that's the case. An event directly occurred here in Keystone, and I think that Grumman and Morales got caught up in it. The entire population has vanished into thin air. Reminds me of the ordinary case, but that was just the adults, if I'm remembering the file correctly. This was different. I think our guys are casualties, not traitors. If it was an AWE, it seems to be over. We walked through the whole town, and the only strange thing we noticed were markings on various buildings. 2 overlapping circles with a dot in the shared space. Could be unrelated. I'll show you pictures when we get back. In the meantime, you should send a team here to cordon the space off. Maybe get some comms guys working on a cover story. Yo! We've seen one of those in the feckin' the hotel, it's the motel and casino. Feckin' yo. Alright, well, let's see if Pope's got anything to say when we hit the executive sector. Now, Moose says, I'd be quite curious to see if the future game provides a view of this blessed organization, not from the Bureau's point of view. You know what? Like, usually, by the time we're this deep into a game, by the time we've experienced as much of the narrative as they have directly available for us, I can usually theory craft a lot of where they would go or might go, but at this point, I have no idea. The Bureau has this wonderful, matter-of-fact way of looking at the completely impossible. That Pope's possibly the best example of an agent, taking things in stride that are utterly beyond comprehension. But if you think about what an organization might be like that doesn't have the same kind of resources or mentality, how they might look at these objects and try and... now, C222 is theorizing that Control 2, Faden falls out with the Board because we know they're rubbing up against each other, makes friends with the former, which leads to the Blessed. Yes. Do the Blessed have the same... Perhaps the Blessed have, like, interactions with the former, but they choose to see it more like a deity rather than an entity. Do you know what I mean? Alright. You got anything new to say to us?
I can't believe the emergency rations don't include beer. Fucking thirsty.
Nope. Okay, that's bullshit. I'm so sorry.
Man, I never thought I'd be working in the executive sector. Look at me now, Ma.
I'll see you later.
It is a...
Or I'll be.
It is an interesting theory, and the fact is, it's as valid as anything else we got right now.
Sorry, Darling asked for information materials to be stowed.
Hi, Jesse.
Nah.
Well, I've got a bureau to see you soon, Director Faden. Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
Kakazi says we can certainly see a possible connection between the former and the Blessed Organization based on the cave paintings. Like, the former wasn't completely cut off from anyone when it was booted from the board.
To stop the hiss, right? Sounds like she can really handle things.
Finally, someone had the balls to take the fight to them. It's about time we had someone other than an old man at the helm.
Actually, I agree. She's beaten the hiss over and over. If we win this thing...
We haven't even checked in on Dylan
I'll
since...
be here waiting for you when you wake up, brother. If you wake up.
Aww. It's actually grown like a beard and stuff. Kakazi says it looks like the worship was taking place in those paintings. However, I'm pulling this out of my ass. I don't... Okay, I'm not... While the Bureau itself as an organization is very much about, like, observe, understand, catalog, there's a lot of this which is free to interpretation, and until we have a Control 2 or another big injection of DLC, which, by my understanding, I don't think is coming, like, we're free to work these theories out as our own. Like, if we stop thinking like people playing a video game, we start thinking from the perspective of the characters in this world. No, I don't think it's wrong to say that those cave paintings showed a kind of worship. You know, the manner of the hands painted atop the walls looking towards those. It's super fun theory crafting, and I love this. I love it because nothing's wrong at this point. I like that...
I hear the director took on an astral spike. God, what a badass.
Oh no, stop. But keep going. Observe, understand, catalog. Are you sure you don't mean secure, contain, Oh. No. I will say that the thing that started to set this apart from like the SCP philosophy for me was that first sign. The first time we saw the poster that says, their life is in your hands, and it's the security personnel. At the FBC, where the paperwork is worshipped and the rituals are written. And it's like... It's been like days, maybe weeks that this whole thing has been going on.
And she expects a pat on the back? We're still in lockdown, for Christ's sake.
Can I just kill this guy? I mean, fire him. Yes, that's what I meant. Notice still no one's still clean. Still not clean the last director out of my office. Now, Moo says we might get some more info in Alan Wake 2. Possibly. I mean, we now know the sheriff of the town who survived is an ex-Bureau agent. There is a Bureau agent that we... I can't fire my gun in here, unfortunately, because they don't let me have fun. Oh, wow. These peeps are still just hanging out. Not getting work done. Kakazi's reckoning we'll get plenty more info out of Alan Wake 2. Jesse will make a cameo. I can see Jesse being kind of like the... Well, okay, I think it'd be unfair to call her like the Deus Ex Machina, because Alan's already gone to great trouble to summon her. And one of the interesting things is I think the Hartman thing was warped by Alan. Not maliciously, but to create a hero in the situation. Does that make a weird sense? But, like, there are Bureau staff operating in Bright Falls. So, it's entirely possible. And Wolfram, it might be Dylan instead of Jesse. I mean, the poor guy's going to have to go through a whole bunch of, like, psycho-rehabilitation and all therapy. Like, Dylan's had a shit time of it, even before the Hiss got a hold of him. The fact that he was taken as a lad and they tried to, like, hyper-train him to be the next director. God, the amount of pressure and responsibility placed on one child, like, that's not fair. So here's Musa. So here's a fun question. With where her Polaris powers are at this point, could Jesse directly square off against the darkness? Okay, an interesting one. I don't believe so. It feels like the way the darkness is still able to drain Jesse's powers, that it operates, I guess because like both the Hiss and Polaris operated as frequency, whereas the darkness operates as, well, darkness. Its counter is a different sphere of science altogether. I wonder. I just wanted to come see if they've cleaned the previous director out the carpet. Yeah, look at that! Ati delivering. Also, we have a tiny pyramid! Tiny pyramid paperweight! Oh, the board must have sent that as a little gift. Oh, and look at this! It's a basket of delicious mould! Oh, now this is really starting to feel like ours. Yeah, and a flip clock. Getting all that good stuff. I love the idea that the flip clock is the most advanced form of clock that you're allowed to have in the oldest house. Hang on. So Moose is saying the Alan Wake DLC is also written to work before the sequence where you meet Hedron. Is it? Because I know Foundation takes place directly after. Oh, yeah, Bacon. Let's see if it's still got a trench on the nameplate, because that would be even cooler. Fearless says that they suspect Ati himself is actually a manifestation of the oldest house. Kind of an avatar. Possibly. Yeah! Director Jesse Faden. Looking good there, Jesse. Looking good. I mean, there's an interesting concept to discuss, is that if you play the AWE stuff midway through, does that change the perspective in which we observe it? Wolfred, even better. There's no shortage of clocks in the oldest house. Now, with the Ati theory, I think that's a great one to theorycraft on. Now, the impression that I got, not dismissing your theory, but the impression I got was that Ati is older than the Bureau, but knew the oldest house. So the idea that Ati would visit this place before it was the Bureau, and that much like how the oldest house changed its appearance to match what was expected of it. It looks like a 70s. It looks like a 70s American government building because that's what the people who found it expected of it. In that regard, Ati became the janitor because that was what was expected. I think there's some elasticity. It's implied that Ati is not the most stable, but is also the most knowledgeable. Does that make a weird sense? Because it's the idea that Ati is both the janitor of this place and a god, like an actual god. But, oh, shite. Kakazi, was it you who was telling me about, explaining to me the god that Ati is based on, or might be? Sorry, I know we're getting off onto, like, old topics we covered many, many episodes ago, but I love talking about this stuff. Let me go see if there's any calls for us on the hotline. I genuinely just enjoy walking around, especially the early parts of the oldest house. And what I will say is that the way in which the darkness works in this area, I think, is fascinating because all throughout Control, light is essentially weaponized against us. Areas are too bright to see properly. Things are overlit. It's very difficult to know where we are or what's going on. And often the brighter it becomes, the worse it is for us. Okay, so it was another person, but they did say that Ati was a Finnish god and or folk hero. The Bureau's onto us! Oh yeah, I forgot we took it with. Also, I love this little design of this area because it reminds me of Season 1 of Legion, which... so good. An excuse to watch that again. C-222 was like, wait a second, wasn't that where they imprisoned Magneto? Yeah, but he busted out and they got the room for cheap. Just popped it in the oldest house. Okay, so Ark of the Conclave says, in Finnish mythology, Ati is a heroic character of Finnish folk poetry. Sometimes given folk poetry in the epitaph of... I can't pronounce that, I'm sorry. But the Islander... Okay. Anyway, there's an interesting thing that's carried throughout both Control and Alan Wake is that, you know, sometimes things are imbued power by the belief put in them, or by just the understanding of. I love the scene where the old gods of Asgard get to have their moment. And they are essentially imbued with the powers of aforementioned old gods. Wait. Oh, the mailroom's just going to make me fight things, and I don't want to. So yeah, Jackie Fox, the band from Alan Wake, the Old Gods of Asgard. Until we played that last section, I completely forgot where they have their whole thing, where they're imbued with the powers of, like, oh, the old gods and get to kick ass a whole bunch. And it's a really nice moment because they're the old rocker pissheads of the town. Okay, Snob and Bass. No, we are not allowing the Hiss to start a band with such songs as Detroit Polka City, I Was Made for Redacted You, and Polka and Waltz All Night. Unfortunately, it was their seminal song, I Know a Song That'll Get Stuck in Your Head, that killed millions. Oh, hey, Will, we just want to release a couple of Gregorian chant albums featuring Hiss lyrics. No! Director says no. Director says very no. Harper Chart, how are you doing?
Good. Just got back.
We've done Control.
Finished it all?
Well, I mean, we're kind of deconstructing all the stuff that we just found out because it's a bit of a head fuck.
Did you get the last boss done?
Yeah. Yeah. It was horrifying and lengthy.
Well, when do you want to, how much time do I have to get ready?
I will talk with these lovely Mother Hubbards for as long as it takes you to get ready. How about that? If you guys don't... if you all don't mind just banter and discussion before we leap over to Fiona's channel for Resi 6. 7. God darn it, I can't even count today. Kisa, I did not find all of the cats. Kakazi, real catchy tune though. Orange Peel. Oh, this is the jukebox. We didn't find it. Wasn't it that there wasn't any good lore in the jukebox? Mimics. Nice try, Mother Hubbards. Don't worry, everybody. Mimic check done. Kakazi says there's a little lore about a lost survey team, but that's it. Okay. Kisa, you're right. It was a little uncouth of me to just blast those 2 vending machines into oblivion. But what if one of them had been a mimic? Do you know how many people have lost fingies to mimic vending machines? It's honestly violent. The other thing that I'm kind of pondering is how, with this game, it isn't done. Like, the Hiss are beaten. We found out what happened to Trench. We found out what happened to Dylan. Darling. Dylan is free of the influence of the Hiss, but is sadly in a coma. But, like, the whole building is still locked down. The situation isn't resolved. We don't get, like, a win, per se. Oh yeah, and Kakazi, we did see a mimic vending machine. And yes, Clank, you're right. Vending machines kill more than 0 people every year. C-2 says, was the geometric wall art commissioned by the oldest house? I don't know. See, in some areas, like the pictures of the director, they seem to be dynamic. The thing I still don't understand is what's with the bloody cowboys. Like, sometimes there's 1 cowboy, sometimes there's 4. Is there something to that I've missed? I don't know. Oh yeah, it's got the non-copywritten music. A vending machine killed my father's brother's cousin's roommate. It were right violent. So yeah, I guess we're essentially doing like a little bit of a victory lap here.
Night Springs episode. Visitors from the Red Zone.
I definitely want to put on our one of our fancy attire. Could pop on the gold suit, like a little swish. Or, you know, like as we're bringing things to a slow close, we could put on like our civilian casuals, getting ready to jaunt home, pick up a donut on the way, maybe a sandwich. Sorry, jumping back in. So the funny thing is, there may be nothing at all about the Cowboys. We just don't know. It annoys me because someone told me the term for this and I've completely fucking forgotten. Alright, we'll pop into something casual. Yeah, casual gear. But... there's a clever term for it, but it is the term that means when something has been crafted in such a way that you can construct theories from it. Like, those cowboys might not mean a darn thing, but because of the story that we're in and everything that's happened so far, it's not out of the realm of possibility that it could happen.
Hope wants a full physical examination of Dylan Faden, specifically looking for any physiological abnormalities.
Abnormalities? Does she think that he's still inside him?
Miyaki Sakura says, nothing like having everyone call you director on casual Fridays.
She's determined to learn how he survived the cleansing process.
Oh, but if anyone, I don't think these are mimics, so if anyone wants any, like, brand crackers, trail mix, pistachios, or just fiber, I don't mind grabbing some. Keezer says, you could make a story even though there might not be one. Well, I think it's, like, our interpretation of it would be valid. Do you know what I mean? Graphite says that they like the idea that the oldest house put them up there just to feck with people. Or the oldest house just likes those kind of, like, old-timey cowboy paintings. It's just something the old house just likes. Oh, Lord Lost. Yeah, I'll grab your protein bar. Miyaki Sakura, I can get you, like, non-denominational brand crackers. They don't have any official writs.
Did you just say non-denominational crackers?
Yeah. From the vending machine.
Non-denominational.
Because we don't have Ritz crackers. We have off-brand.
Non-denominational. Not the word you want. You use non-denominational when you're talking about church religions.
Sage Bell says hi, Fiona! Oh, sorry, Sage Bell. I did not say a proper hello. Watto, how are you doing, friend? Kakazi wants non-denominational fiber. Okay, I'm going to stop saying that. So Wolfrad says, a random tiny thing. You ever spot the picture of the former by Arish? No, where's that at? Keys is like, oh yeah, and other things is you could take the cowboy paintings as each director who was or will be in the oldest house, or, you know, directors on vacation. We know behind the board, the whiteboard. All right, I'll just start looking at them.
About the mold since the hiss appeared. I wonder if Dr. Underhill is doing all right.
Oh, the whiteboard next to. Okay, yeah, I'll go have a look over there. Yeah, we've seen that, like, Ati is able to take a vacation inside the painting of a sauna. Okay. So there's actually some recorded evidence of the former, and that looks like it came from the Foundation. Interesting. I hadn't spotted that before. Because there's the stuff on the mold. Snorpin, we don't talk about the Hawaii shirt incident. Too many dead. How could we have known that Hawaiian shirts counted as iconography? We lost a lot of good agents that day. I still want to know the full deal with the fucking rubber duck. Never has one...
Back on our feet, I should really talk to Arish about ration quantities.
Arish, sorry, he's me pronouncing it wrong. Go on. The rubber duck is eternal. The rubber duck is forever. Draconic dude, we almost lost Casual Friday that day. I mean, feckin' hell, all you'd have to do is accidentally wear someone with a little bit of, like, with a little bit of a pop culture reference on it, and shit starts popping off. Can I check back here? God. I kind of wish we could walk out to the main door, though, you know? I definitely don't want to faff around with the place between... sorry, the, out of my way... Because I just started thinking about how much detail we got to pour over at the beginning, and it's one of those rare times where you come towards the end of a game and you... I don't know. There's a part of me that would love to live in ignorance again. Kakazi says those guns on the table looked more modern. Probably shouldn't be used within the oldest house. Actually, Kakazi, you make a very good point. That is the only... these are the only modern-ish firearms. I don't know if the Shoddy 2 Hottie counts, but that's the only kind of like modern assault rifle we've seen throughout here. One of the theories that we had was the reason why agents use these old-timey style firearms is that because in the US, weapons are so prevalent in popular culture that they are themselves icons. And so having them around in the oldest house could be very dangerous. Vanderby says, are plain white tees iconography? They are not. You are fine. So it turns out that Casual Friday is just going to be everyone wears an uncomfortably fitting white t-shirt day, which doesn't have the same kind of ring to it. Snorpen says, the experiment they used with flintlocks probably ended badly. I'm kind of glad, though, we've got this bit of faff time before we say goodbye to the oldest house, because I'm really not ready. Does that make a weird sense? Like, the oldest house isn't a nice place. It's a living entity that, without control points or rituals, will literally just either crush you or leave you in a room for 2 months to die. And yet, we've spent so much time here, there's... I don't know. There's a reluctance to bring this to an end, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, Kakazi, you're right. We didn't cleanse the sticky room. We could probably do that now, right? Also, no one's mopped up that floor yet. Little bit livid, I'm going to be honest with you. Sea Trooper 2 says the Winchester Mystery House is why they don't use iconic firearms. I'm trying to remember if that's an AWE I forgot, if that's a real thing. Oh yeah, and Kisa, the idea of the paintings as pocket dimensions, that one could spend so much time looking at a painting and imagining the world within it, that it becomes its own little pocket dimension. I'm going to fire that guy so hard. Alright, let's see if we can at least help fix the post-it room, as it's kind of spilling out. A little. Alright, everybody, grab a bin bag. We're just going to clean them up by hand. There's no way anything bad happens from that. Kakazi, no, we can't cleanse it. We've just got to get garbage pickers, garbage bags. We'll do this the old-fashioned way. Artie, where are you? Oh, real. So, old Mrs. Winchester thought the ghosts of people killed by Winchester guns were haunting her. So she did up her house with false halls, stairs, and doors to confuse the spirits. Shit, that's a real thing? Feck. But that would mean that something like the Winchester rifle or any of like the iconic firearms could have the same problem of iconography. I will say though, while they were whinging about no rations for beer, a lot of straight alcohol is available. Sorry, Snope and Bass with... And this is where Atreyu lost Artax. The swamp of sticky notes. Well, that's the darkest joke anyone's made today. Congratulations. We can never come back here. Oh, Jackie was like, I wonder if the developer put every single post-it note in there by hand. Oh, God. Hang on, let's have a look. I think it's just a normal map over the top. I think it's just a... Yeah, I think it's a texture over the top to make it look like they're stuck on with a little bit of trickery to give them shadow. I don't think they were individually placed. Flair's like, how have you not beat this yet? Alright. In my defense, Flair, we got really distracted by all the cool stuff in this, and we've gone, like, super deep into the lore. We're actually just, honestly, dude, for, like, the last, like, half an hour, we've just been chatting about theory crafts and ideas we have of stuff that happened. Also, how are you doing, friend? Fiona's going to be playing Resident Evil 7 tonight, or in a bit, or somewhen. So, if you want to see Fiona get freaked out, stick around. I'm essentially like the warm-up act for Fiona. And I'm okay with that. Oh yeah, okay, and Kisa, you're right. This is very on brand. Because usually when we finish a game, it's really late at night. And I'm always like, I want to talk to you all about it. I want to pick this game apart. But I also need to eat, sleep, poop, and curl up into a ball and cry a lot.
Sorry, what was that?
And hopefully not do all those things at the same time.
What do you...
You have the hearing of like a bat anytime I say anything. Why are you like this? So Control, the video game. The man says, a thing I'd want to see is the rest of the Langston Runaways. Okay. We can do that. I mean, we can do that while we're chatting, because we're violently overpowered. Okay, so we need the hand chair and the moving letters. So, containment medical... executive dead letters. That's easy for us to get to. Wunderbar. We'll go through the cafeteria.
The ambient his presence in this sector has reduced.
Alright, Casual Friday! See you all in a bit. Favor 6Y. Have I not been a good host today? Fucking grumble, grumble, grumble. Alright, so while I'm making a monstrous tit of myself, so Flair, how have you been doing, friend? Since the gigs switched to every other Friday, I feel like I haven't seen you in a year, even though it's been like, maybe like a week and a half, maybe 2. Also... Hoppachaw! Ow! Get him! Betrayal! God. It's like Fiona's got magical hearing every time I make a tit of myself. Bored. Doing okay, but bored? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I mean... Oh, you got a 48-hour stream tomorrow. Oh, wow. What's the occasion, friend? Because if you want, I would love to play video game sommelier for you. Oh, cool. It's a tiny room we haven't been in. And it's got useless old goodies! Oh, way cool. I mean, to be honest, like, most of my experience of Phantasy Star Online 2 has been watching you and doing a lurk. Doing it for Team No Sleep. Feckin' yo. Alright, so we're going through the cafeteria to dead letters. Oh, children. I just get these kids to play with each other. Where are we headed? Ah, this way. Ah! Oh, and Zach, what, ho? How goes it? We're heading to Dead Letters for a spot of mischief. You kids have nothing to offer me. Alright, you play with the new hires now!
That's no normal piece of paper. Okay, need to know where it's gonna end up.
Okay, ow! Sir, I am trying to get a magical piece of paper. Could you back off in a bin bag, please? Sorry, hold that thought. So ruddy rude. Alright, congratulations. You work for me now. You're worthless. Utter little bastards. Seriously, I feel like I should have an AWE that's a little name tag that just says, "Don't you know who I am?" So rude. So rude. I'm so sorry about this. Alright, are you all done? Thank you. Okay. So the piece of paper's playing like this little shell game, alright. There we go!
I need to find the other pages.
Okay, so that's one. Let's go exploring. So, sorry, what were we chatting about? Well, no, so, I mean... God, it's been a long time since I've done, like, intentionally 2 days awake. And I wonder if I'm still up for it. But, Flay, you have my absolute respect on that one. I've currently been trying to pick a downtime game for myself. And I've been somewhat unsuccessful. Though, I forget which of your lovely selves it was that sent me the video on artificial loneliness. You know, games that to essentially make you stop and admire the environments that you're in. Kind of crafting an environment that makes you feel lonely. And it's got me wanting to give Red Dead Redemption a proper go. Sorry, Red Dead Redemption 2, I should say. Because while I doubt that would be a very interesting game to watch... Oh, we're not watching the Threshold Kids. No. We already saw that one. It already creeped us the feck out. Oh, Lost Flowers. That's a good point. There are some higher floors we can get to. I hadn't even thought of that. Feckin' yo! Bloody good shout. I was too busy looking down when I should have been looking up. Now, Zach, I cannot recommend that you roll a blunt using the AWE magical paper. I don't know what that'll do to you. But I believe it would be very entertaining, and... As Snoop Dogg...
You need to know where it's gonna end up.
As Snoop Dogg says, Smoke weed every day. Not every other day. Not once every now and then. Oh, speaking of which, smoking ban. Alright. Dear elected official, thanks to the recent smoking ban in my state, I'm happy to inform you that I will not be voting for you this next election. As everyone knows, smoking is banned because the smoke is toxic to aliens that the government sold our planet to in a secret deal. Of course! How didn't I know this? If humans keep smoking, the aliens won't be able to live on Earth. Our air would be poison to them. If your government traitors can't stop people from smoking, then you won't get millions of dollars from aliens. I have a website. Do you know what? I kind of miss where someone telling you, I have a website, was a cause of interest and not an, oh God, please don't tell me. People know what's going on. We're going to keep smoking, no matter what. This is a national emergency. Politicians are handing our planet over to alien overlords. And we won't let you. We will resist. I will smoke forever. Signed, a proud smoker / rebel / patriot. Lord Lost, that's what's upsetting. This feels like it could actually be a real letter. No. So Ark of the Conclaves, it's dogs that can't look up, not gamers. Gotcha.
There should be one more page.
Oh, and as they've got arty stuff playing, that means there's things to sort around this way. And I'm absolutely going to explore the hell out of this. Look at this whole section I would have missed. So thank you for poking me to check out this area. Although at this point I'm so hungry for lore and knowledge in this world that, like, the amount that I will go to find out more. And plus the dead letters are so funny. Ooh, cat clock. Alright, I gotta do this in one. My clock is shaped like a cat and its eyes move and I think it's angry, but I keep apologizing, but it won't stop. And I said I'm sorry. But it won't leave me alone and I don't know what it wants. I can't apologize for doing, you see, and it told me to tell everyone it's here and I need to be careful so that it doesn't see me writing this letter. It wants me to stay with it in its eyes, on its eyes, and moving very fast, but I can't keep going. I worry I will forget about me, so I need to write to you this because I can't keep going and the cat will because of its eyes and Oh, Snorpin with, I have a GeoCities website. God, if I could still get one. I've seen some people have been using Linktree these days, and I wonder if I should follow suit. I'm almost tempted to get a Squarespace site just for the parody. To be the only person not sponsored by Squarespace using Squarespace. But I don't think anyone apart from me would find that entertaining. Yeah, and C222, yeah. California during the summer, entirely safe from aliens. Mr. Door, Wix is way better than Squarespace. I mean, all I'm hearing is a bunch of websites that aren't Gaia Online, so, like, I don't know how much I can take all of your opinions to heart. Oh, the pinstriped world. Fuck these letters. Cries into HEPA filter. I'm a plaid suit in a pinstripe world. I'm a plaid suit in a pinstripe world. I'm a plaid suit in a pinstripe world. I'm a plaid suit in a pinstriped. What a plaid suit in a pinstripe world. I am a plaid suit in a pinstripe. What a plaid suit. Fuck! God damn it! Yeah! Why is one of them censored? They're always saying the same thing. I'm a plaid suit in a pinstripe world. Hi, my name's Will Overguard, and I write nonsense letters to congresspeople because it amuses me. They think I probably have some kind of condition, paranoia, or, I don't know, some kind of conspiracy theory banging around in my head. I don't. Yesterday, to my local governor, I sent the entirety of the B-movie script, but I replaced the word B with crab. That's it. I might actually... I'm so tempted to do that. Yes, it's a waste of paper, and I should be trying to preserve the planet. But, what if I sent to Thor the entirety of the B-movie script, but replaced B with gnome? Like... Because I've got so much paper. The man says, have you tried email? Nah, it doesn't have the same... To send someone a TXT file of the B-movie script is kind of like, meh, whatever. If someone gets it... Vanderbeest, thank you for clipping that. Might be one of my seminal performances. God. Oh, C Triple Sue says, which font will? Papyrus. I don't know. Like, it's really tempting to do a papyrus print. Kisa says, I'm sure if you sent something like that to Thor, he would never look at it. If he got script for Thor by Will Overguard to his P.O. box, I think he'd look at it. I think he'd look at it. Like, so far, I'm the only person who's managed to gnome Thor. And he has vowed revenge ever since. But, like Kisa, like, looking like an actual movie script. Like, bound. Oh, God. Am I the worst person? I might be the worst person. Yeah, Wolfrad, you're right. A physical copy implies extra effort. Yeah, 3-hole punched. Shit, I wonder if I could just go down to UPS and they just do it. And as I am now vaccinated and safe, the idea of going down to a busy UPS doesn't seem like quite such a terrible idea. Heartbound, the movie. I'd need a pen name though. Okay. So I need to come up with a fake name that sounds like a real writer. I obviously can't be Alan Wake because, you know, he's got things going on. But I need a pen name. Like, it can't be too obvious a pun, as tempting as it would be. Vanderby says, rewrite of the seminal Macaulay Culkin vehicle as Gnome Alone. Phil Underground, Bill Overlord. Eric Shorehand. Kisa, I like it. Especially with the spelling. Maybe put an umlaut in there. Bill Under Offensive. Eric Shorehand is definitely our current pseudonym. Liam Underslice. Liam Underslice... it doesn't quite slap. Jegbear, control! You must learn control! What, oh friend? We're faffing around in the sections of dead letters we didn't get to experience because I didn't have flying earlier. And reading all of the wonderfully, gloriously silly letters in here. Also catching a sentient letter as well, that's a thing. Ginger Underhill, I think he'll get that. Lost Flowers says use Alan Smitty. Alan Smitty's great if someone doesn't know it and then get to discover. So, if you haven't heard this one, so Alan Smithy is a fake name used whenever writers have to contribute to a project they don't like, or they don't want to work on, or for something they'd never want credited for. But you and I both know you're about to start flying around here.
We need to know where it's gonna end up.
Oh! Got another letter for you. Hey, you have questions, and the prophets have your answer. If you are truly intrigued, watch the time. We've lost about 45 days in the past 4 years. The shortening of days, that is why the Vatican is a sundial, and so simultaneously a keyhole. Fuck it, what? Sorry, no. Another thing while I'm here, if you want the secret to everything, compare plasma next to brain cells. Boof! Sun and moon, composed of plasma, simply light, not planets. After this is cemented in your psyche, ponder the current whereabouts of where you, I, and humanity reside. Cheers! That just seems like one of those auto-generated spam letters. Worst conspiracy ever. Gotcha!
Done and done.
Okay, case files. Here we go. Letters, procedures. Honestly, I'm still thinking Kisa's Eric Shorehand would be really good. Oh, God. Just, it's actually the B-movie script with the word B replaced with gnome. Just... Okay, so BlackRock's paneling suppressed the item's effect, but a stack of 4 envelopes, each containing a single piece of paper. All 4 letters are ineligible due to extreme weather damage. The envelopes, curiously, do not show any signs of such damage and are covered in messages of love. The items are able to move short distances at a pace of less than where and always with a where direction. This is the first altered item to have multiple separate parts. A fact previously believed an impossibility by where. A proposal to take the items outside the oldest house and follow their movements to its final destination is under consideration with the budget committee. Alright. Also, the items have been found in the Dead Letters archives, where head archivist found it attempting to escape the filing cabinets. The letters keep trying to make a bloody break for it. Oh. Yeah, Vanderbeast, I think we did just read the conspiracy variant of Lorem Ipsum. Well, this seems like a terrible idea. I don't know, I expected something bad to happen there, I'll be honest with you. Alright. Yeah, Kisa, I gotta write down Eric Shorehand. Just, I don't know, I feel like Thor's been having a rough time of it lately, and sending him some stuff as a little, like, to cheer him up might not be a terrible thing. Walter Evergrande. Walter Evergrande sounds like the kind of person that writes a book on ducks and their migratory patterns. Eric Shorehand is someone who genuinely believes that they could pen the script for a video game, and if only the video game's creator saw it, somehow they could magic up a movie out of thin air. Like, Eric Shorehand is the name of someone who has no idea how something works, but believes in themselves so wholeheartedly as to move through. Oh, Vivid Dreams. To esteemed members of the American Psychiatric Council, I am writing to inquire about the significance of dreams in relation to one's mental health. I am aware there are many books proposing to contain true meanings, true is spelt with a capital T, to dreams, but I have reservations about the legitimacy. I understand that this is not normally done, but if I were to I would greatly appreciate your thoughts on my condition, capital C. Ever since I was young, I have had intensely vivid dreams. They only occur sporadically, but in them I witness very strange events. I understand the dreams seem real at the time, but these feel remarkably different. They do not occur often, perhaps only 1 or 2 a year. Last night, I had one. I saw a small, empty town. It was utterly dark. There was a lake at its center. Oh, shit! There was a lake at its center. Shadows of people moved around me, muttering odd things. A bright light woke me up. I was screaming in my sleep. My wife had been shaking me for minutes before I woke. Because of this recent incident, I have decided to seek help. The doctor says I am physically fine, but I wanted to consult your expertise. Thank you for your valuable time. Thank you for your valuable time. Yours sincerely, Richard Bowker. Yeah, I thought that was another. So one of the things that the Dead Letters area handles is all of these kind of like crackpot theories that get sent in to varying places. Most of them being people that are either unsettled or have genuine mental problems. But every now and then there's something like that. Now, did that person definitely dream the events of Bright Falls? Or is it purely coincidental? Like, that's the kind of thing you want to actually have like a look into. Oh, look, it's Linda from accounting. Okay, so the other containment thing we have is in the medical wing. So let's go check that out. So we float lightly down for... God, I love the architecture of this area. And it's amazing how the feel of this room changes so drastically once you gain, like, flight and momentum. Keisa says, I think I should have saved some of these for my D&D game. Feckin' yeah. Dennis Givens. Oh, Dennis Givens writes paperback novels and has occasionally branched out into, like, serious literature. But for some weird reason, it's only his, like, truck stop level smut novels that seem to get any kind of attention. Like, Keisa, if you want to keep naming, like, made-up authors, I'll give them backstories. Alright, fast travel. We want to go down to medical. Oh, the medical wing of containment, sorry. Looks like logistics is the closest. I don't really want to go to the Panapopacopicon. The Panatopacopicon. The Panapopacon. C222's like, Chuck Tingle! Wait, no, that's taken. Yeah, Dennis also, like, Dennis lives at the local Starbucks where they work. They are haunted by the fact that it's their worst thing that sells best. Never able to be taken seriously, never able to get any traction in their real writing. They just bang out trashy Midwest romance novels. All of them paperback, and all of them incredibly well-selling. C222 says, have you gone back to say hi to Langston? Actually, no. But we're going to finish up Langston's quest, so that'll give us a little thing to discuss. Alright. Now, don't attack me around here. I know you lot love to get fighty. Because we need to go through security to medical. We're not going to the Panapopatopicon. At least not yet, anyway. Keisa says, this train of thought gives me life. I don't know, I forget who got me into the habit of doing it, but it's something I've always enjoyed. Of, like, trying to imagine... Trying to, like, I don't know, extrapolate the fictional lives of made-up characters. I guess a lot of my humor comes from trying to, like, ground the ridiculous. No, don't come and fight me. I'm just going to blow your face off. You'll lose, I'll win, no one's having a good time. Let's get some mold in. Oh, no. All right, Kisa, you're right. We'll probably have to go to the Pana Poppa Peppercorn to get some Poppa Pana Peppercorn at some point, because we've got to see Langston anyway. But yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll grab a little bit of the tasty mold before we head on. Some Entropic Echo. And a health recovery. I don't need health. I need the good shooty gun bang. One of the things I did like is that when you're inoculated against the effects of the mold smells like, well, terrible mold. Whereas up until that point, it smells like delicious vegetables. I'm always fascinated by stuff. Lawrence Barlow. Lawrence Barlow has dabbled their hand at many, many artistic mediums, and had initially wanted to publish a book of poetry, but found that their ability to string couplets together was terrible, and that they were unable to leave a narrative out of any books. After a series of failed young adult novels, they currently write a conspiracy theorist adventure novel about an art critic whipped up into a world of conspiracy and stolen paintings. Nell Hartwood. Nell Hartwood made their fortune actually writing equestrian guides for young riders, but their real passion actually lies in gardening poetry. Yeah, Lawrence Barlow is a fancy writer. Not much of an artist, but when it comes to self-insert power fantasies, they're very good. Alright. Now, so what are we looking for? The hand chair. Alright. Take your couch. Take your couch. Now, Arties are back. Ah, yes. Got ourselves a nice little area for... Ooh! Brand new tape! Let's give this a listen.
Mark Gibson, male, age 28, returned from the astral plane approximately 13 minutes ago. This was his 21st dive. Patient is experiencing migraine-like pain, intense pressure behind the eyes, and partial blindness. He has no recollection of his time in the astral plane and appears severely disoriented. Preliminary examination revealed no immediate cause, so we will be sending patient for x-rays and...
Oh!
What the fuck is that thing? God, it burst right out of him. Call Black! Get Marshall!
What the fuck? Beep. I just realized that the medical team in this area must be the most down-to-earth people and must have seen the worst shit of any team. Yeah, C222, if you could be a little bit less prophetic on that one, that'd be grand. Well, it sounded like a chest burster that came out of his face.
Hopcha.
Hopcha.
Almost ready, I think.
Almost ready?
I'm gonna partake.
We're gonna partake in the devil's lettuce.
And,
we need to cleanse a chair and then go talk to Langston. So we've probably got another, like, 20 minutes, so...
6 o'clock?
6 o'clock, yeah.
Sounds good. I'll see you guys then.
Okie dokie. We're gonna go from, like, horror we can control to horror we can't. And you're
You've seen it played through, right?
You're starting from the beginning, right?
Mm.
The beginning's the worst.
I played the beginning like the most. I shit myself before I could get past it.
Ah, now you see what you should have done. Pooed yourself before stream. That's the...
Well, I always poo before stream.
But I have this feeling, because I played the Resident Evil 7 demo before I played Resi 7, and that whole section, which I played in the demo, was actually worse the second time, because I knew when it was coming, but I had to proceed.
I know! I can't get past it!
I watched a thing last night.
There's a reason why I've tried to play this 3 times!
Hey, I'm going to be there with you, and I won't be messing with you, unless it's funny. I watched the thing last night about how David Lynch did the best jump scare of all time, and like how a jump scare is kind of like a magic trick that you have the pledge, the turn, and then the prestige. And
I'm not ready.
the thing about there's a scene from one of David Lynch's movies where a guy is telling you about how there's this person behind the back of the diner with a messed up face that he's dreamed about, that he's had nightmares about. And he says everything that's going to happen. And then he does it. He goes around the back of the diner, even knowing the thing is there. And it pops up, and oh boy. Even knowing everything that's going to happen, it still shits him up. And it still shits us up as the viewer. And you're about to go through that in video game form. So good luck!
Well, I'll have someone next to me. It'll be great.
Yeah.
Don't forget to bring in the extender and the splitter.
Oh, it's an extender.
Because I don't have...
Oh, yeah.
I only use...
Extender is right there.
Ow. Where's the splitter?
There's the splitter.
Is this the one? Nope.
Is that going to be long enough, or...?
No. I mean, it might be.
Okay, well...
I'll try. I'll give it a try.
If it's not, I'll bring my extender in.
Okay.
Headshot boost. Is that better than my headshot boost? It is! Finally, after 1,000 hours, we found something vaguely useful. I don't know why I'm even bothering with upgrades at this point. It feels like the right thing to do. Oh yeah, that was a medical examination. Sorry, where were we?
Okay, that's fine.
Kisa was saying, so Nell Hartwood sounds like a guy who tries to write a children's book to no success, soon moving on to drama genre and somehow making a, what most call, psychological masterpiece. Okay, I can see that. Lord Lost and Found, John Kirkland. Oh, John Kirkland's clearly, like, he writes those, like, you know, over-the-top milsim books, like, you know, in the line of Punch Hard, or, you know, Clear and Present Beefcake.
Mold's gotten in here too? All right. Let's get cleaning, she said, cocking her gun.
Alright. We're looking for a haunted chair. Oh, could you not? Alright, sorry, I'm going to do a little bit of murder. You're level 4. You can't even heal through what I can do to you. Sorry, bear with me a second. And Kisa, I'd actually agree with you. Like, Kirkland's one of those people that at first seems like a massive jerk. But as you get to know him, he's actually kind of nice. Like there's a certain expectation from his fandom that he is a complete and utter bastard. But actually, it's all part of his, like, author persona, which he has to put on because of his publisher makes him. Oh, sorry. There we go. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? What the bloody hell is that?
Easy peasy.
Okay, it was one of those creepy hand chairs. Okay, under no circumstances may you sit in this chair. Alright, so it's a plastic seat shaped like a human hand from the 1960s. The hand's palm forms the seat, with the fingers acting as the chair's back. Except, the item affects gravitational forces, attracting and repelling objects near itself with the force of where. Its fingers have also been observed to change position, though too quickly to be witnessed or filmed. The item may be changing forms rather than moving. The item only displays these effects during full moons. Of course. How did I know that? Oh god. Sample analysis confirms it contains genetic human material? Oh god, that's a giant people hand. A team of ranger trainees, soon to be mush, were dispatched to investigate local rumors when they encountered the item. They successfully retrieved the item. The number of trainees who returned has not been confirmed. Alright. Oh god. Alright. Can we leave now? Apparently not. Rick Gatan. Rick Gatane? Rick definitely strikes me as a as a travel author. Oh wait, are these things bloody growing back? God, bastards! Yeah, okay, the Master Hand can feck off, but it's like finding out that the Master Hand isn't the embodiment of a child's imagination, that the Master Hand is actually a severed human hand that screams out in pain. Though I will say, I am enjoying this backstories of fictional authors. Alright, so we're going to head to the Panapopatopicon. I'm going to talk to Langston. Oh, piss off! I've got places to be. Thank you. Panapopatopicon. And then I will roll credits and pass your lovely selves over to Fiona. Travel author. Oh, dabbling in history rewrites.
Place is a risk. Makes me wonder what other dangers are locked away inside the Bureau.
No one is disagreeing with that in the slightest. Alrighty, Langston!
Rest his soul. I really need to dig out my old proposal on better containment practices. More ritual worship, iconography, the whole shebang.
Alright. Here we go.
I found all those missing altered items.
All of them? Wow, you have a gift, ma'am. But those weren't all of the altered items missing from the Panopticon. The hiss must be making them restless. We've had several more containment breaches.
How many of these things did he lose? How many?
Just a couple. Should be no problem for you. I really appreciate it. Really. Just super.
Oh, these are all new lines. Alright, so situation report.
Can I get a situation report for the sector?
Whew, okay, we still have to perform a proper inventory of the cells. Lord knows how many altered items snuck out during all this. Staffing. We definitely lost some people. Gonna have to hit those college career fairs, am I right?
Hard to imagine the FBC at job fairs.
The hiss are still tearing up.
Join the FBC. We can't tell you a thing.
Stable-ish.
Considering the alternative, I'm happy with stable-ish.
Oh, so Zach, those are... You know what, Zach? If you get the chance to play through this game, you absolutely should. You will have a glorious time with it. Alright, how do you feel about me as director?
Any thoughts on me serving as director? I know it was a sudden change.
Oh, no complaints so far. Trench was all secrets, lots of meetings behind closed doors. You seem much more approachable. But if I can give you some advice, ma'am.
Please don't.
Keep a grip on who you are. I've been here a long time, and I don't know if it's the job or this place, but people change here, and not for the better.
I'll try to keep my head on straight.
And what about your future?
Will you stay on after things calm down, Langston?
Are you asking if I'm quitting? Oh, no, ma'am. I'm not having some mid-level agent make a mess of my panopticon. Plus, I'm racking up serious overtime hours with this lockdown. Just don't take too long clearing out the hiss. My cat gets separation anxiety.
I'll do what I can. He must have gotten a pet sitter. I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
Feckin' Langston. I will admit, though, after the AWE sector... Okay, that's not fair. I promised... Oh... There's a flamingo, a mannequin, and a rubber duck? Okay, we're checking out the rubber duck. Just quickly, alright? Fast travel... Wait, which one was the duck again? Research protective studies. The rest is going to have to wait for your playthroughs, dear friends. And I do hope... Okay, there we go, ritual decision. And I do hope that you get to see all this for yourselves. But I'm not leaving without the rubber duck. I gotta know. I gotta know! So Zach, if you think of this like a story game that's kind of like its own fresh take on like an SCP-style format, you will have a great time. We played this with the damage turned off, and it's turned into this great story game. It's probably why we played so bloody much of it. Alright, which way? This way. Protective studies! Protective studies! Let's find the duck in protective studies! Alright, you quacking bastard. I know you're here, duck. I know you're here. Alright, this is way too quiet.
You and Hedron were never one and the same. It helped Darling with the HRAs to slow the hiss down. And it helped me learn to tap into this power I had inside. You.
Okay. So Wolfrad saying, check the door behind the boxes. Okay. Oh, sorry, wrong button. Hope there was nothing important in those. Ah, yes. Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Secret angry duck-filled tunnel! Damn it, that made me jump. I heard the quack, froze, and then that guy came out. You are the worst Pokemon ever. Hear it again! Oh, it's just goodies. He fucking saw me. Shit, I think it saw me. All right.
Disappearing ducks. Great.
Mother quacking bastard! Hear it. We're getting stalked by a rubber duck. There you are, you little fuck! Alright, listen for the quacks. Oh! There it is! Quack again, Mother Hubbard, I dare you. I double quack and dare you. You little bastard! Alright. Alright, friends. It's calm. What's the old... You get more with honey than you do with vinegar. Alright. Hear it. Oh, it's back over here. Yes! You little duck bastard!
Finally, no more quacking.
Alright, I need to know this. Alright. Rubber duck containment procedure. Okay. Always use safety gloves when handling. Alright, the item is a yellow rubber duck bath toy from the 1950s. A single hole in the bottom allows air and water to flow in and out. The item makes sounds analogous to quacking. The item travels considerable distances with surprising speed. How it achieves this motion is unknown. The item forms a whare of unknown purpose with...
You know why you miss were because they duck.
Vanderbeest, I need you to report directly to jail. Oh, and Lost Flowers. Sorry, I missed your comment earlier. Like, if you can stick around to watch Fiona, that is lovely. But if not, like, we've had a cracking day, so do no worry. Okay, the item forms a whare of unknown purpose to anyone who makes direct physical contact with it and begins to follow them, quacking often. This has led a researcher named Where entering cardiac arrest, though due to the individual's health issues, the matter may not be connected to the item's effect. So someone touched the duck and then followed the duck going quack, quack, quack until they had a heart attack. Well, Vanderbeest, you can report directly to the Shadow Realm. Would that be pungatory? Oh my word. Halo, good evening to you. How are you doing? Alright. So let's head back to let's head back to the executive sector. Because I feel if we're gonna do credits, we should do credits up here, you know? Oh. Oh, sorry, the duck followed them until they died. Okay. Well, until they had a heart attack. Anxiety duck in reverse? Oh my word. And Adam said, do you know if this was an article about James Veddick's duck problem? Okay, so there's 3 duck things that I know. One is the rubber duck theory, where you explain a problem to a rubber duck and solve it. The other is a design philosophy where when you're dealing with a lot of stakeholders in a project, you put a duck in it so that everyone in the process can go, take the duck out.
Emergency rations don't include
Mate, we got booze upstairs. Be inventive. Sorry, I'm just heading to my office.
The building goes on forever. How deep did the hiss get?
Smallest waffle saying, I'm sure the researcher was discharged with a clean bill of health. Oh, and Vanderbeest, I hope I said thank you for chucking the bits in the pint glass there. Ah, we're here again where it all began. God, and it still impresses me how this huge space of white behind mimics that of a massive window and yet isn't. Oh, I remember down there. Good times. Snorple Bass, you caught that duck at the beak of its foul career. Oh my word. Oh my word. Okay. So before we roll credits, I guess what are the takeaways from Control that we haven't deconstructed? I guess the first one is don't be like me. Don't let personal bias stop you from experiencing an incredible game. And even if it feels like it might be AAA trash, even if it feels like it might not necessarily be a thing of your interest, that there are games out there that can surprise us and impress us, intrigue us and make us feel things far beyond that which we thought. And sometimes dismissing a game out of hand might lead us down a wrong path. We nearly missed this game. I nearly missed this game. Because I was like, oh, well, their last game was a Microsoft TV tie-in. There's no way that was any good. It was rife with C-list, like, you know, sci-fi channel celebrities. And now having gone through this, it wouldn't surprise me if Quantum Break has a lot more heart to it than initially expected. Even, like, Alan Wake has retroactively become much more interesting having played through this. And the fact that we're going to have to wait so bloody long for Alan Wake 2 is going to do me a damage. I did not expect us to spend so long playing through this in its entirety. I didn't expect us to delve into the depth and the lore to such an extent as to become truly enamored with this world. And to care so fucking much about a duck that messed up our day. Like, there's so much to this game, and I'm so glad we played through it. And I know I've told you this multiple times, but I feel it warrants saying again that, like, we started this just to deconstruct the architecture. I had no intent of playing through more than maybe a few hours of it. And yet, this became something incredible. And so, yeah, I want to put my hand up and admit that I was wrong on this one. And I'm real glad that, you know, those of you that hadn't seen this before came with us on this great experience. And those of you that had, I hope you got to experience it again. Do you know? Jafar Gems, yeah, I do. I absolutely love hidden gems. This was just... okay, not to stack metaphor on metaphor, but much like the oldest house, this was something hiding in plain sight. This was the obvious behemoth that turned out to be incredibly interesting and well thought out. Fucking yo. Fucking yo. Oh, Wolfrad, I'm real glad. Wolfrad was saying that they enjoyed, that this was what convinced them to play this through. That's a real compliment. Like, thank you, yo. What an incredible experience this is. And I find myself now not wanting to stop. I find myself at this point, like, if they told me there's like a 40-hour narrative DLC that's like one part fucking Threshold Kids, one part reading documents from around here, feck it, I'm in. Lost Flower says, do you think this makes the big list of signature games? I'd want to confer with the rest of the crew, but is this a game that has affected me at a personal level? Is this a game that I feel like I've invested myself into and I've gotten that back? Absolutely. And I didn't expect that. It feels almost gauche to say it about a game of this budget that had this kind of AAA push behind it. But much like Death Stranding, this is an indie game at a AAA budget. This is weird and quirky and different and strange. And yes, it still has some trappings, some hang-ups, some holdovers by being a game of its scope and scale. But it also gave us the ability to turn that shit off. We turned off combat. Well, no, we didn't turn off combat. We turned off damage. We could have turned off combat as well and just made it so that, you know, our pistol killed everything with one shot. And I think we would have gotten a great experience from that. You know, the lack of challenge in combat didn't detract from it. And if you played through this traditionally and fought tooth and nail through it, I feel there would have been an additional element. And Graphite says, I feel like this gets a don't judge a book by its cover. I know what you mean. And the man, I think that's a great way of putting it. That this is a game with a soul, with a heart. And at least of late, AAA games haven't been the kind of thing that give us those experiences. So this has been lovely to go through. So I believe, dear friends, that is Fiona getting started. So I'm going to roll credits, and we're literally going to head into the room over there. Like, I'm going to be joining and sit next to Fiona for Resi 7. So I do hope you stick with both of us as we continue our little adventures. I say little adventures, I mean we're going to get to see Fiona scared, which is very, very entertaining. But no, I just want to say thank you. This has been an incredible experience. Thank you to those that guided us to all the lore. Thank you to everybody who stuck with. Games continue to be my most beloved art medium and the one that I care about the most. And when we can see something at this scale deliver something that matters this much, it's real cool to see. It's real cool to see. Yeah, Naoki Sakura, you're right. Games are a miracle. Games are a fucking miracle. Oh. Okay, friends. Alright, before I start having a fucking feels cascade, let's roll credits. Hey, Fiona! Are you live? Yes. Alright, we're gonna come over! Alright, friendos. So, as you well know, everything that you lot have thrown in, like bits, gift subs, what have you, it literally has been keeping us alive during this whole bullshit period of history. It's keeping a roof over our heads and feeding us and the Nuggies and River. So please, please know how much I wish to thank you, as I feel my words don't do you justice. I'd like to say thank you to Ereman, Lord Lost and Found, Alnus Harmonious, Gilmar Greyjoy, Quasimoto, Phyllis Sun, Bacon Avenger, Faber 6, Some Numbers, Graphite Sparrow, J-Post, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, Wolfgrad, Ninja Falcon, C222, The Stammering Gamer, Vanderbeast, Kestrel North, Iron Imp, all of you. Like, bits are the biggest thing keeping us going, so thank you so much. Your moderators today was Caffeine, Rhymes, Moose, Tarlicus, and Lizzie T. Powell. Why it doesn't show Lizzie on there? I am grumbly and I'm going to kick its butt later. Cell Guy was our new follower. I hope we get to see them again. And those that subbed, resubbed, or were hunted by House Carl, I would like to thank Aspects, Ninja Falcon, Favor 6, Shane Mullen, Vagant Zero, Dorchus Grimwander. God, I always get that wrong. I'm so sorry. Edifred, Kitsuno Kitsu, Weldy B, Hamster Nato, Joda, Sean Peoples, Singumatakun, and Imperius Unlimited. Like, there were tons of you celebrating 31 months and loads of you getting tagged by House Carl, so thank you. Our hosts today were courtesy of Hey It's Fiona and Wheeler Dealer, so thank you both. And raids, we had a ton of good ones. So to Singumatakun, Guinea Pig Nation, ET3 Stooge, and Kestrel North, thank you all so, so much. Right. A glorious little day. Graphite sneaking in a last 100. You're trying to unseat a Perios at the end. All right, friendos. No, Mr. Daw, we're not going to miss Resi 7. I'm going. Yeah, see, look. It says, stream starting. We're good. Alright. Sorry, here's me being a terrible host. Graphite, Lyrius Dragon, Gilmar Greyjoy, Vanderbeast, all of you, feckin' thank you. And Vanderbeast! Seeing one of House Order on the Jarl's throne. Spooky not up! I told Fiona I'd be there on time! Why are you lot like this? Alright. Last train out of the station. I'm absolutely gonna blame you lot for making me late. Fiona's gonna be so mad at me. Gonna be so mad at me. So Richter, we're gonna head over to Fiona and I'm gonna sit next to her while we play stuff. Feckin' terrors. Sorry, Lyrius Dragon, thank you again. Wolfred, the spooky ghost. Richter, thank you, dude, for throwing in. So, Richter, the party isn't over. We're just going there. Also, nice. Fucking yo.
Sure you're telling me about your new job. I'm not absorbing anything.
Gonna get me in trouble.
Thinking about ladders. If I tell you, is that hard? Is it my turn to talk? You're looking at me. Oh God, focus. In a costume. How many Draculas are
Alright.
in this room?
So yeah, friendos, if I haven't said multiple times, we're heading over to Fiona in just a second. Tomorrow's gonna be Blackout Club. I've got Fiona and Kyle confirmed, so at least have 3 out of 4. And Saturday, Subnautica Below Zero. We're returning to the depths, and it's gonna fuck me up sideways. Richter, is that a bee armed with a banana gun? The worry is real. Also, how are you doing, dude? I haven't talked to you in ages.
Anyway, why don't you and I go back to my place and, oh, I see you left at some point.
Okay, Richard's about to cook for a few and go for eating. No worry. Oh, Kisa, don't think I don't see you over there ratting me out already. How is it my fault? Shenanigans. Utter shenanigans. So, don't give me your cool cat look. And Lyrius, thank you for throwing your sub, you feckin' ledge. I went to Zap Tap Music. It's fucking cool of you. Oh, sorry, I'm so looking forward to this. Fiona is about to get gloriously wrecked again by Resident Evil 7, and it's just gonna be so good. Rick joke. Resident Evil's so easy. Yeah. Resi 7, piece of cake, cakewalk, happy times, no worries. I'm just having a little boogie out now. So, Mr. Door, I don't think we'll beat Resi 7 in one sitting, but it's going to be entertaining to see. Alright, you lovely mother hubbards. Thank you kindly. It was a strong attempt at a train, but seriously, everything that you lot throw in keeps us alive right now. Tiny bits up to big bastard drops, so thank you. Now, let's go hang out with Fiona. Before I get in any more trouble. They've already started hashtag blame Will over on Fiona's channel. This is not fair. This is not fair. Alright, let's head on over. You terrors. I'll see you tomorrow for the Blackout Club, and I'll see you in 2 seconds for Resident Evil. I'm terrible at ending shows. Grandpa's like, you can blame me, and I will!
Think I shall take the job.
Mom, sorry. Everything's fine.
You need to go to bed.
Okay. Good.
Lord Lost and Found, thank you for the 500 bits out. You absolute terror. I guess the raid call is hashtag blame Will then. I guess. Alright, I'll see you all in 2 seconds. Absolute bad words.
Hit it! Welcome to my